shadows of the system, families torn apart. Tiff and the Punisher rise up. It's time to fight from the heart.
CPS knocking at the door with lies and twisted files, stealing kids in the dead of night, erasing all our smiles. Courtrooms rigged, judges blind, rights stripped away so fast. But we know the Constitution, we're breaking free at last.
Fight CPS,
Expose the corruption,
parental rapes,
our revolution.
Tiff and the Punisher, we're taking a stand. Reunite families across the land.
Abolish the abuse, restore what they took. With knowledge and fire, we're rewriting the book.
Child support chains, police at the gate, family court battles, sealing our fate. But warriors unite, share your stories bold. Constitutional shields turning fear into gold. From investigations to reform, we demand no more violations. We'll reclaim our stand. Hear the voices rising, echoes in the hall. Parents fighting back, we won't let them fall.
Join the community, amplify the call. Tiff and the Punisher will conquer it all.
Fight CPS,
Expose the corruption,
parental rights,
our revolution.
Tiff and the Punisher, we're taking a stand. Reunite families across the land.
Abolish the abuse, restore what they took. With knowledge and fire, we're writing the book. Subscribe, share and rise. Together we're strong. Tiff and the Punisher, this is our song.
Fight CPS. Tiff and the Punisher, they won't back down. Fight for the children in every town. They are taking our kids every day. I try to admit and no one has a thing to say for those who have been isolated. Don't be worried, you have a voice today. So listen up everyone, here is the story. Child Protective Services is real. CPS is what they call it. They want our kids because it fills a lot of people's wallet. We all think it won't be us. We say when they come we will be so tough. It all sounds good when there's no one to take them. But when they come, your voice gets to breaking. Stay calm, step away. CPS ain't taking no one today. We are educated. Stay calm, step away. CPS, you need to leave. I know the tricks up your sleeves. You can't do what you're trying to do. We have done our homework. Don't do a damn thing without a warrant. You no longer will steal our kids this way. Tiff and the Punisher have come for the calling. They are giving us the CPS warning. Their voice is loud and clear. We stop losing our kids this year. Tiff wants to fight the entire planet. She is tired of our kids being taken, god damn it. She's been fighting CPS for 30 years, bringing children home from this disgusting mess. The Punisher is screaming out loud, abolish CPS and tear it down. I want all our kids to come back. Look at all those kids' pictures held up like thin tags. Together we are stronger than we need. We will tear down CPS with high speed. We will do so much being together. Birds of a feather flock together. So watch out CPS, here we come. Picking you one by one. We promise to bring back the family and prosecute the caseworkers unhandily. Give us back the kids you have taken. Tiff and the Punisher, sending you all on a vacation. The one with bars in the windows, and the only games you play are on Nintendos. Corruption in courts, here we come. We won't stop until it's done. You judges need to learn what you stand for. This is Tiff and the Punisher warrior, and we cry out to all of you out there. We need support for a cause that many don't care. All children are being stolen way too often. So CPS, we plan on doing the stopping. Stopping.
Hey, Tiff.
Hey,
What's happening?
not much. It ain't snowing here.
No, it's not snowing here either, at least for a minute. It's cold as a motherfucker, though.
Yeah, it's cold here too.
Whopping 21 degrees.
I think it's a little bit warmer than that here.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you live in the South.
It's 32 here.
Double, almost double what I have.
Mm.
Yep. So, where do we go today?
Well, I did get some good news right before we came on. I got an email from the committee that I sat on.
Now, you sit on or you sat on?
Both, because we're going to start it again soon. But one of our bills passed today. It's for a pilot program, and it's going to start in Roanoke.
Oh, you guys are flying planes now.
Yeah. So if CPS shows up at your door, whether you're under investigation or not, you will be able to call this number. And I'm sure they got to get the number together. Before CPS does anything, you can call this number and you will actually be talking to a live attorney here in Virginia. So that is great.
That's good news right there. That'll help a lot of people.
So I'm excited about that. So we'll see what happens. They said if it does well there, that it will be spread out through the whole part of Virginia. So I think there's going to be like 5 hubs or 6 hubs.
Virginia leading the way. Virginia's leading the way.
Bullshit. Virginia's the last to do anything.
Yeah, but there's no other state that's doing that.
Well, that's true, but we could be doing a lot more.
We can all do a lot more too, but we don't.
Yeah, well,
you know, there's always one more thing. There's always one more thing. We can all do a lot.
It's a start. It's a start. I'll say it's a start. I will say that most of the bills that we put forth for CPS, even though they're pissed, most of them passed.
It's not giving them more funding to take more children.
Right.
So there is that.
Well, plus we got Danielle too, so they don't want to keep getting too smart because I'm friends with Danielle.
Oh, Louie and Susie are on. What up, Louie? Ass master. Yep. They were so excited to see you in person. Well, I guess kind of in person when they stopped by
Me?
here. Yeah, last week when they were here.
Yeah, why?
Oh, they think you're great. Tiff, you are
Oh,
idolized by so many.
I do what?
You're idolized by so many.
I'm just a regular old chick.
Yeah, well, apparently some other people don't. Just be humble.
Okay.
Some
I
people,
am.
some
I'm very
people really,
humbled by that.
yeah, you got a lot of people that look out.
I'm flattered.
Yeah, look, her cheeks are turning red.
Oh, please. How can you see in my pink lights?
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. See, even Louise said that is correct.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I'm honored.
They were so they didn't leave. They have a 2.5 hour drive home. They came to see me. They had a 2.5 hour drive home, and they were supposed to be home at like much earlier than that, but they wanted to wait and see when you came into the studio to talk to you. So,
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet.
of course, you freaking ignored them and didn't say anything and all that.
I did not ignore them, Darren. Ah.
So, yeah, so that's good. That's good. So now people can call. When does that take effect that they get access to having an attorney? At the door.
I know the governor has to sign it, so probably July 1st.
Cool.
And you do know what's going on right now, don't you?
Well, I know that there's things happening, but what are you talking about?
The State of the Union is the State of the Union.
Oh shit! Today. Yeah, that's coming. That's coming on here pretty quick. Well, guess what we're going to do for the duration of the show tonight?
Listen to what Trump's got to say.
Might as well, right?
Yeah, and then our governor's coming on after that. I guess she's going to refute whatever he says. I don't know.
What do you guys think? You guys want to check out some Trump State of the Union? We should hear what he says. The State of the Union is strong anyway.
Well, they said it's going to be a long one.
We probably already missed it.
It says it's 8:12.
What time does it start?
8 o'clock. I'm sure he's still not even down there yet.
All right, I'm pulling him up right now.
You know, superstars take their time getting down to the stage.
Now, do you hear that there's multiple Donald Trump?
No.
I think they have 7. So this stuff is really starting to get a hold of me, this whole what's real and what's not stuff.
What do you mean?
Well, like we don't know if pictures or videos are real, if AI them, or if people are real or people are not. I know we talked about this stuff, and the thing that's scary is that when is it going to become evidence in the courtrooms that they're manufacturing against you? That's what's going to be scary.
I thought lawyers weren't allowed to do that.
Well, I'm talking about, like a video of a caseworker lying was gold, right? But now you could take a video of your caseworker and tell the AI, make this caseworker say this, or they could do vice versa and put that on the parents, right? And then what? What are you going to do? Like, how do you make, what are we going to do if it turns to that ugliness?
Well, to be honest with you, I hope this shit is taken care of before, you don't have any grandkids, before my grandkids become parents, because
I have cats.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, then you got to deal with animal control. But
which is where CPS started, but go on.
Yeah, I know. But I'm hoping that this shit is figured out by then. Because if that's the case, as cruddy as they are, parents could damn well figure out how to make them look even cruddier on AI.
Yeah. That's the scary thing. And then what do they do? How will they judge that, engage that for the admissibility of this evidence in court?
Look here, man. My husband said, and I think I told you this before, they got a basketball robot, right? My husband said every courtroom and every lawyer and every GAL and every prosecutor all need to be robots because they have no emotion and they can be unbiased.
Yeah, until they find something that they yearn for or they seek. Right, because corruption only touches you if you have something that you want. If there's something on the other side of corruption, then we like if you want a chocolate bar and that's what these people are offering up, well, I want to give Tiff $5 for that chocolate bar, we're going to get corruption.
Yeah.
But take it away, just like this stuff. Like, why are they not repurposing that money and repurposing the causes? Because like we talked about the other day, the ASPA thing, that was done. Oh, don't get mad and start screaming at me or none of that shit. But that was done in the proper way because the foster care system was so out of control with kids that weren't in permanent homes, double what it is now. So they had to do something to incentivize the whole adoption thing because they were holding on to kids for a long time, going through the motions to get into there. And I also feel like that was maybe possibly a second chance type riddle to get the parents back into reunification services with the kids. But they were kids that were sitting out there 3, 5, 6, 7, 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
That were getting shifted from school to school and all that. So they gave them money to drive them to repurpose their position as, child kidnapper to child seller. But whatever you want to say about them. But that's what they did. And right, wrong, or indifferent, that's what happened. And now they just never readjusted it's never been readjusted.
Yeah, because it's greed. And isn't that one of the 7 deadly sins, greed?
Yeah. Greed, anger, gluttony, lust, temptation.
Yeah, but we're talking about greed.
Yeah. Well, what kind of greed are we talking about?
It's all for them. It's all about the money.
It's all about money. Yeah, it is. It's all about it. It's kind of crazy, ain't it? Isn't it crazy that a dollar bill that has even been told to us isn't worth a damn thing because it says right on it, debtor's note, or for purposes of paying debt and whatever.
Yeah.
So it's not even real money or currency, but yet that thing holds control of us more than women control men. And by that, you know what I mean, what the power women have over men.
Yes, we know.
I just wanted to make sure that we were talking.
All pop.
Yeah. Yeah. It's called, what is it called?
Pop.
Pop? Oh, yeah. I didn't have to say it right there. Yeah. Yes. Ladies, believe it or not, you do have the pop on most men. If you didn't know that, you know now. So that's how you make a man corrupt, right? Give him the pop.
So Erica says she's heard of multiple Trumps. I have not.
Yeah, I think there's a tall one, a short one. That these people actually go out and they, like Trump watch, and they find out which one's a real one and who's. So I wonder tonight.
So speaking of multiples, so let me tell you, my husband and I went to Costco.
There's only one of me.
Right, and there's only one of me.
Right.
My husband and I went to Costco today, right? We were standing in line. And this is all me and my husband saw. People were walking past us like this. He said, they think I'm Snoop Dogg. I said, I know.
They're doing like the fan out walk. They're like, it's a riot.
One dude stopped him in Lowe's one day because I bought him this suit that has $100 bills all over it. I bought him the whole suit and he was wearing it. He had sunglasses on. Mm-hmm. And that's dude stopped and was like, hey, Snoop. And my husband was like, nah, I'm not Snoop, man. My name's Mitch. You
should have just moved right with it.
No.
You have people up for that, man. So I used to, back in my younger days, I used to film metal bands, like Slipknot and all that stuff.
Uh-huh.
So that's what I did. I went around and toured with all the metal bands for Metal Fest and all that stuff, did videos and all that good stuff. Well, we were in Connecticut somewhere, It was a band called Bipolar. You know who that is, Tiff? Ice Baby. That was Vanilla Ice's attempt at metal music.
Oh.
And so he's out there and he's playing. Well, we were out there, and me and the road manager of this band that I was with, and we're looking, and there's a stack of Vanilla Ice headshots. You know, like pictures for him to sign and hand out. So
they
Mark,
thought it was you.
No, they just kind of. So Big Mark, he's like this big, huge. He looked like a Samoan, but he was just a white dude. He had shit coming out of his nose and all kinds of shit all over his face, but he's huge, like 350 pounds. You know, just a giant, like you would expect at a metal show. You know, wear some stupid shirt that says like "F your mom" on it, or some shit like that. So like you didn't mess with him. Well, he's got the stack of the papers in the hand, and yes, they did. They thought that I was him, so I'm autographing the motherfucker. So, there's a bunch of people that think that, and I'm like, how the fuck these people even think I got a beard? You know what I mean? Like they didn't see Vanilla Ice, how smooth his baby's ass on his face and all this shit. Whatever, I signed these bastards, people's names and everything. They're like, oh my god, thank you so much, we love you. Moving along, and then he actually came out. He was pissed. He was very upset that we were doing that. So there's like 30 or 40 people in the world right now that go around telling everybody that they got Vanilla Ice's signature and it is mine.
Oh my!
On a headshot. So yeah, that's fun. So I kind of get where Mitch is coming from a little bit. He probably gets that a lot though.
He does.
Bob Marley's son, all kinds of shit.
The first day my sister saw him, I didn't even know she knew who Snoop Dogg was.
Out of her mouth.
She said, "Oh my God, that's Snoop Doggy Dogg." I said, "What do you know about Snoop Dogg?"
That's funny.
And if y'all have watched our show, you've met my sister.
Yeah, she's got a book coming out.
She does.
Yeah.
It's a cookbook.
Yeah. / cookbook.
I think she said she's going to buy you a copy, Darren, and give it to you.
I hope it's autographed.
Well, you can tell her tomorrow when we talk to her.
All right. I will do that. I'm excited. She's going to be excited. So you guys wait. We'll let you know. Keep you posted on that one. Because everybody needs a good cookbook.
And all her stuff is homemade.
Yep. Comes right from her own mind. Her own recipes and everything.
Well, some of them are our grandmother's recipes.
Oh, so that's family heritage in this one.
Oh, yeah. Some Greek recipes, all kinds of stuff.
You guys make golumkis, or is that Polish? Golumkis, right? Stuffed cabbage?
Well, we eat it, but ours is grape leaves. We stuff grape leaves.
Grape leaves. Oh, so who's... They aren't divorced, they're just separated. Did I miss that? What are we talking about there?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sorry if we missed it. It's our poor hour 9:30. Tell us some more. They aren't divorced, they're just separated. Oh God, I don't know. Pandora's box we're going to open with this question.
Oh God.
Oh man, what are we talking about?
But if she is doing our grandmother's grape leaf, she needs to not put that recipe in there. I need to give her my recipe. Because my recipe is better than my grandmother's, according to my dad.
Grammy's marshmallow salad. Yeah, my mom still makes that. They call that ambrosia. That's what she's talking about right there. That's our grandmother's stuff. Like, you ever have that stuff? The marshmallows with the mandarin oranges and cherries and pineapples and
I can't eat
sour
it.
cream. I think it's sour cream.
I'm allergic to oranges and pineapple.
Oh, well.
So if I ate that shit, I would die.
Tiff, don't eat that if we ever bring that.
I won't.
You don't want to do that. Man, oh man. Hell, by the time this thing starts, it'll be over. In Milwaukee, Erica says, what do you say, Erica? in Milwaukee here in Wisconsin has the electric company giving out cookbooks every year that everyone submits recipes for. Oh, that's cool.
That's cool.
Oh, maybe we should do that. Maybe we should have a Tiff and the Punisher cookbook.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, that depends on what you're putting in it, because I told you I just got done watching that show and I can't do it.
Yeah, well, because you know what? All of the men and women that have their kids taken from them, look, you know what? I know it. Once you lose your kids, dinner time's right out the window.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's ice cream and, whatever the hell.
Cereal.
As long as it doesn't have mold on it, we'll eat it, that type of thing. So it would be good to get all these parents to come together and share some recipes and, cook. It's a good, and that's a good, food's a good thing to bring people together. I watched a special on it the other day that they said that they're phasing sex out and food is going to be the new orgasm.
Okay.
I don't see how that is either, but I don't know. I guess I haven't had anything that good that tickled my taste buds. Close to coffee and cookies and cream, I think, is the closest I've ever come to that. But, that's right up there. And I've eaten a lot of good, nice things. What's your favorite thing to eat, Tiff?
I don't know, but I know what my favorite drink is.
What is it?
Coffee.
Yeah. Jet black, right from the Colombian's ass.
And I told you I'm telling you, I have like 7 or 8 coffee makers. So if one breaks, I got 6 backups.
She has a percolator for when they lose power, and she's got a couple rubbed together for fire. It's all kinds of things.
I have one that's in this glass, what are those things you tilt up and the sand runs out?
Hourglass?
Yeah, I got one that looks like that, and you put a tea light under it, and it boils the water, and it percolates it without any power.
Wow, that's nice.
I got K-cups. I got plenty of coffee pots. Trust and believe. I'm not going to be without my coffee. I even got instant coffee if I have to. We should do a cooking show one night, Darren.
Yeah, I was a chef.
Yeah, you told me that.
That's how I met my wife. I got out of, it was always a fallback job for me, Like, I didn't go to school for it or anything. I just got to be made. I trained under a couple of good chefs. And, I was just, there's always, work nights and weekends. It's perfect fallback job for, there is no such thing as working part-time in the kitchen, though. I'll tell you that. That's a hellish job. That is a hellish job. I don't care who you are, what you are. You know what? It's a very, very, very tough job.
Yeah.
Working in the restaurant industry, period, is a tough job.
I did it for about 10 years.
Yeah, the hours, like the hate and discontent that the public brings to you at the restaurant, it's just.
And you go home smelling like everything that you cooked that day.
Onion, man, like a fucking onion. But what the nice thing is, I was the head chef for all the restaurants I was in. I ran 5 of them at one time at the same time. The best part is you go in and you can eat whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
People are paying $115 for that meal that I'm just throwing on here, eating 3 of right now. So,
Did a cat fall out of the sky?
I think you wanted to. It's raining cats and cats here. They do. Do you see over my head right there? I got to fix that. They fell through the ceiling. Right there. That's their playland up there. You can go up there and fall down. Well, I don't know what the hell's going on here with Trump and what's taking his son so long. Michelle had court today. I wonder how she did. Is she out there? Michelle, if you're here, speak. Curious how I talked to her for a couple hours at the wee hours of the morning. She kept insisting that she was going to go have 1 hour of sleep. And I'm like, Michelle, at this point, there's nothing more that you can do.
No.
The only thing you can do now is get your body and your spirit right, and that's it. You're getting up now to try to process information that if you don't get by now, you don't get. So just leave it be. Go get your rest, because nothing more important Get a good night's sleep before you go to court. You
Yeah.
don't want to walk in there fucking all like, especially if it's for your kids. You got to show yourself, tip top shape. Make sure you take a shower. You don't want to run one of these babies. Clean that shit up. Shower yourself, shave, no hats, do a little hair gel, brush your teeth, comb your hair.
I would hope that would be a regular routine.
Well, if it isn't on these days, especially, you might want to practice in the hygiene.
Okay.
Because going to court is very important. And no matter how much you hate the system, what you do have to do is respect it. Just like the office of the president. You don't have to like who the president is, but you need to respect the office of the president. That means you can trash the president all you want, but you still need to have respect for the White House and what it means to the rest of the free world and all these things. The same things is in the courthouses. You could go in there and own that bitch and this, that, and this, but don't go spitting on the floor. Don't, you know what I mean? Don't do stupid things. Keep the integrity of the courthouse in the courthouse. It's very important. It's very important for a lot of things because it'll be harder and harder to get due process proper and all that stuff. If the judges come in every day and there's spit and spray paint on the walls, the place looks like a shithole. You know what I mean? Like it's just a whole sort of go into the court. Be mindful that you're not just. It's not about that judge. That judge goes home, but those walls in that courthouse have a lot of history to them, a lot of people's souls, and a lot of things have gone on in those courthouses. A lot of lives lost and fought for. So you got to respect those things.
And going back to what you were saying about, your mental state, you always have to keep your mental state in check, right? Because the one thing that they're looking for is instability.
Yeah.
Any emotion, and I have a hard time doing it, but I have a little remedy for that. It's called passion flower and CBD. Because I do go in there and I know my mouth and I know how I am and I get real disrespectful if they piss me off.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if I'm taking my medicine,
right,
then they don't know if they're making me mad because I'm so I'm like Claire, right? When she's in front of these people, that's how I am. But I have to medicate to do that. She does not. But my mental state is on 100 because it's almost like being in a prison, right? You always have to watch your back. So
you know about that.
Yes. So you got to keep your focus and what you're saying. You have to stay focused on that because they will try and trip you up and you have to be very sharp. I had a judge try and trick me. I'm going to put you under oath so you and your husband both own 50% of the business. And I said, that is not what I said. Because right before he put me under oath, I told him I own 51%. So he tried to trip me up. So they do that shit on purpose. And that's when I was like, that is not what I said. So you have to be in control of all of that because they like to play games.
Right. And the purpose of all of this is to take away your credibility.
Yep.
That's what they're looking to do. They're looking to make you slip up, do something dumb. That way that your credibility, because all you have to do is say, oh, I was there at 4:00. And then they say, wait a minute, but you said 2:00 at the testimony yesterday. And you're not lying. You just slipped your mind or whatever. They don't care as far as they're concerned. That hedges your credibility and it just pushes towards it. That's all. That's just it. And it's the stupidest stuff. But you need to realize that when you go into that court, all they're doing is sizing you up that entire time. They're not listening to what you're saying. They're watching what you're doing. Are you panicking? Are you nervous? Are you glitching? Are you high? Are you this? Are you clean shaven? Did you pull your shit together to come to court? Or are you flying out the door? Were you late? All of these things are what they're doing so that they can profile you and do this. So you need to, that's one thing that you can control. You can control that part of the fight by being at court early, by showing up well rested, by being like Tiff just said, being whole with yourself. All of these things, believe it or not, will make a difference in the outcome of your case. Speaking about one of the officers in the jail when he gets out needs to watch his back because there's a lot of people coming for him. Oh, that's terrible.
Wow.
Whew.
That's not good.
No, it's not good at all. That's scary.
That is scary.
I would be speaking about. That's very scary, Erica. It's not good at all. Got told by one of the officers in the jail when he gets out, he needs to watch his back because his boyfriend got told by one of the officers in the jail. So her boyfriend's in jail, right?
Yeah. So how does the officer know? Is he out on the street too?
He's threatening them. That's a threat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How does he know if it's not him? That's what I wanted to say. Fuck it, I just said it.
Yeah, snitches get stitches, though. You know how that works.
They also end up in ditches.
Yeah. Crooked CEOs end up, well, where they
being
end
a
up.
prisoner.
Yeah. A lot of them are going to end up being that way. Trump's going to be see to that.
Well, here's the funny thing. The ones that are police officers and CEOs and this, that, and the third, and when they all go to jail, they have to be put in protective custody.
No. They don't need that. They're
Well,
big tough guys. They're
exactly.
big tough guys.
That's my point. Why do you need to go to protective custody?
However, they do say right now, with what they're saying is coming, they do say that you should ally up with your local police forces to ensure that your family is safe and ensure that you have the needs that you require.
Mm-hmm.
If things get a little bit more out of whack than they already are,
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm friends with the sheriff, so.
Oh, good. Yes, you got the end. You can have a radio and a little hat and everything.
I don't need all that.
Yeah, you're right. You just need a little hat and a radio. Jesus Christ.
No.
We're thinking that it's CPS because he just did a drug test and for some reason he was taken out of the jail to the DMV to get a voter's ID when he already.
Why was he taken out of jail to go get a voter's ID? That doesn't even make sense.
Well, maybe they wrote some papers and have some information to back it, Tiff, like they were talking about.
I don't know. I don't know about that. But I'm not in your state either.
In your state. I'm in the state of Virginia. Reunification of American politics. I thought they were going to talk about CPS.
Oh,
No.
Get out of the jail to the DMV to get voter's ID when he already has a driver's license.
Yeah, why would they take him out of... I'm not understanding that. I've never heard of anybody, and I'll be 56, ever being taken out of jail to go get a voter's ID. Not even taken out for a drug test. But I don't know.
Yeah, it could happen. I've seen crazier things happen.
Well, yeah, that's true. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I don't know either, Tiff. I don't know. Let's see here. Let's take a look over here on the Trumpathon here. Yeah, we got nothing, but I think it's probably going to be right here.
They just arrested somebody else for trying to shoot him at Mar-a-Lago.
I heard that. That it's not. He's not safe anywhere, really. Yeah, they had. That newspaper guy was in front of him or some shit like that, right?
Yeah.
Him or something.
What is wrong with people?
Right? You see a flashing light in the road, you should go or.
No, we don't do that. Leave the president alone. Even if you don't like him, he'll be out in 3 years. He can't run again.
Well, they're talking about it, Tiff.
You can't.
They have a
Only
lot of
way.
different, they have a lot of different scenarios that they put him in that office.
The only way he can get back in office is if he runs as vice president.
He's aware.
And they can't change the Constitution without a constitutional convention. It's not going to happen. And Trump is going to be like 82. So no. He'll be like 84 when he leaves.
Well, they're saying that because of the interim that they just went through and all of that, that he didn't actually get his full first or second term. I'm not sure which one it is. But they're saying that in between that time that he actually handed the power over to the military to maintain until he could step back into his position of power. So in essence, this is only his second term. But I thought that this one was even taken away too, because he
well, midterms are coming up too, and he's worried that they're going to impeach him. So I don't know. We'll have to see.
Stalker did it. All right. Well, State of the Union, we're waiting for it still.
It could still, just because it says 8 o'clock doesn't mean it's going to happen at 8 o'clock.
What's going on out in the world of CPS, do you think? Or do you guys have any questions for us tonight? While we wait for this, either the show to end or if we can get some of the debate. I'll air it anyway on our channel. So don't go far after the show. I'll put the CPS breaking news camera on it.
Yeah, because we only got like 10 minutes. 20 minutes.
I know.
What has anybody heard that's going on in their states? Because I told you what's going on here in Virginia, and this is also midterm, so I know that y'all should be hearing something going on.
Right.
Don't you guys have midterms too, Darren?
Yeah, we sure do.
What's going on there?
I don't know. I haven't been. I just, as much as we do on these shows and everything, I just haven't been.
And my little website doesn't send out emails anymore. Darren's had a rough day, everybody.
Yeah, I have, man. I've been plowing and shoveling and plowing and shoveling. My front yard looks like a freaking field goal post. I mean, a football.
Lord.
It's terrible out there. Now I'm sitting down. The heater's right next to me. It's nice and warm. It's the first time today I've been warm.
I believe that.
Danielle, in the house. Danielle, come on in, honey.
Come on, Danielle.
Give us an update of where you're at.
Yeah, because you're supposed to get us an interview with your boss.
Come on, D, get in the house. Come on, D, get in the house. D's son is still missing. God damn.
What? Where's he at?
She doesn't know. They took her kid again.
They took him?
Yep.
He's 18 or 20, isn't he?
Yep. Took him out of the house that he was in and then put him somewhere. They want his money.
Unbelievable.
They want his money. Yep.
Wow.
Oh, following the Robert Garza bills, Jamie Flick, Andre Rainey, former New York mayor, knew they're having a massive Albany, New York convention. That's cool.
Did she talk to her boss?
Oh, look at this. Louis writes, Susan Collins, that's up here, apparently giving ICE the right to search homes without a warrant. That's awesome. Yay. This is a shit up here. That's just ridiculous. I mean, I get it that they're illegal and all that stuff, but come on, man. That doesn't mean that you get to infringe on the rights of everybody else in the state,
Right.
Because if they're going to let ICE come into the house without warrants, and it's only going to be not too long before that comes into play, that it's the the people that are not worried about ICE,
Right. Oh, wow. That's terrible.
Does anybody remember these?
Matches, yeah. I used to be afraid of them.
Yeah, I'm afraid you were probably afraid of matching anything, weren't you?
I was scared I was going to catch some shit on fire.
Yeah, little did you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So there was something I just wanted to look up too that I was gonna. Do you guys know that Robert Garza has a website that you can go to and you can get all of his bills? He teaches you how to write a bill. It's all kinds. It's a really cool site, and he's got. I think there's 8 of his bills on there that you can get. It adjusts to your state, and you go ahead and submit it to your Congress people. Let me see if I can pull it up here for you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Lewis on this week too, by the way.
Oh, yeah. When's he coming on? Tomorrow?
I think Thursday.
What about Dana?
I talked to him. He's having winter's been rough on him this year. He's having a lot of family problems and so on. So
That's fine.
I think he just doesn't like you, but that's my own opinion. But
Oh, please. You are so funny.
I know he loves you, Tiff, just like everybody else does.
Aw. That is so humbling.
He actually has something. I can't read it behind the thing. He actually has a, what does that say?
He actually has an app as well.
Yeah, right. That helps you do that. So we have an app.
You said our app was up, right?
Yeah. Kind of ish. It's supposed to be.
Okay.
We're almost there. It's there. I mean, it's up right now. You can see it and use the functions, but it's just some things aren't. We're just working out these freaking kinks. I'll tell you what, it's a bear. Did you guys? We never even talked about the Yan thing yesterday, like we wanted to.
No, but we got like 8 minutes.
Yeah. Go ahead, talk.
Well, the only thing I know is that they raked his ass over the coals and put him out of his house, and that people were over there stealing his shit.
Yeah, that's terrible. We need to do some sort of support. What's it? Andre Yan, right? Is that his name? Andre Yan?
I'm not sure what his first name is. Let me see real quick.
Yeah.
I know he got a lot of support.
Yeah, they got him out of jail. He had a $25,000 bond, and they got him out, and that was cool. So he's out back again. But they threw all of his stuff out on the street, and that was terrible. And all these people
were going through it.
It was awful. Very, very sad.
Where is he? Let me search him.
You and I are friends, on Facebook.
Yeah, I'm friends with him too. What is his first name? Huh?
Why are you always trying to one-up me?
I'm not a one-upper.
You just one-upped me.
I just said I was friends with him too.
You couldn't just left it alone. It's not Andre, because Andre Yan is a comedian, I guess.
I can't find him.
Let's see. Yan the lawyer. I'm typing that. Yan lawyer. Lawyer Yan.
Arnold.
It is Arnold?
Yeah, it's Arnold. Y-A-N.
Yeah, that's Yan. Arnold Yan. I used to like that show, Yan Can Cook.
I guess you would.
Arnold Yan testified to the judicial commissions on conduct in Texas.
That's why they put his ass in jail.
Yeah.
Because he was spitting the truth out and they didn't want to hear it.
Oh, look at that. The Stand With Meg show grabbed right a hold of it for him.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you try to pay attention to her kids?
Yeah, I'm still a little floored about her.
Yeah, I'm very upset about that.
Yeah. Ooh.
Makes me boils my blood. Let's see here. Where is it? Let me pull up an Arnold Yan video. Here we go.
Extremely busy.
Is that up there yet?
No.
So that's why.
Okay, Arnold, how you been?
It's not? Okay.
No, it's just me.
Oh, you're by your lonesome.
Yeah. Me and my big stiletto shoe behind me.
Where did I go? Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Where am I? Here I am. Here's Arnold Yan.
Oh.
There he is.
Oh, just come out and still try to recover from what happened to me in this week, and I'm very glad I haven't met Larry for a while because actually I have been extremely busy in the last few years and extremely busy, so overwhelmed. So that's why I reduced a lot of social events. But what happened to me, I think, is very significant to this community. So I like to appreciate Larry giving me this opportunity to come here to share with the friends who have the concern about what happened to a regular person like me in this week.
Right, so everybody is kind of seeing stuff online and this, that, and the other. Kind of walk us through, for you, how all of this came about.
All right, so let's see what happened this week. I went to drive in the morning, drive my kids to the school to drop her off in the school. And people here knows I have been in a divorce situation. But for my child's issues, my ex don't have issue with me regarding custody. You never see me complain about, we say, hey, she didn't let me see the kids, or she complain, I don't let her see the kids. Because we have been very nice to my daughters in the past few years. And we don't fight for custody at all. And she has some personal things. She left US, I believe was on Monday. And she asked me to help her to go to the airport. So I drive her to the airport with my daughter. We drop everything, luggage at the airport. We come home. The next day we go to the school in the morning. So she has been out of country, and she will be out of country, and we're not coming back until March. So I'm the sole custodian for my child right now, and we don't have any. But we're immigrants, right? We don't have any, other family member here. So I'm the only one who can take care of my child. So Monday when I drop off my kids, actually my dog was with me. So I want to talk about, there's some story about my dog was not accurate. My dog is a golden shepherd. I was planning to retrieve him today with some friends after we finish that talking. He's a golden shepherd, very nice, gentle, and has the golden retriever character, but royalty is like a shepherd. It's very
Sure.
Cool. So my dog, actually I adopted that dog. He was a stray dog, a puppy, and in 2022, he was a 3 months puppy at that time. And I was already in a very high conflict divorce situation. I don't have any time to taking care of any extra things for my own pleasure. I don't have it, okay? I don't want this dog because it's not for me. I don't have energy. I don't have any time. But my daughter said she wanted it. She said that is my emotional animal. I love the dog. I can go through. I mean, anything I can talk to dog. So I raised the dog from 2022 for 3 years, only for my daughter, to make her happy. That's her attachment. Okay, emotional attachment. So when we go to school, the dog always go with us. Pick her up, drop her off. The dog is on the back seat. So when I drop off my dog, we go all the way. Then I believe the police already paid attention on me, and they have a secret warrant against me, which I don't know. I don't know what's the reason, because I can tell you, Larry, in the entire 2022, I have not been to the Fort Worth.
Right.
I have not met anybody working for the government. So my life is very simple. I'm a bank employee. I work for security. And my division is only one responsible for entire banks, US banks, encryption. We're the sole teams, very dedicated, very busy. Okay, I'll talk about my work later. But because of that reason, I report office not in this Texas. So I'm remote worker, work from home, but my work is sometimes my work is very random. It could be at night. Sometimes I work for night because we have something we have to fit with every bank's needs. Someone say I can only do the whole work during the night, from 9 p.m. even to the 6 a.m. Okay, sometimes we do over the weekend. So sometimes I'll get a call in the early morning while sleeping, say, hey, something goes wrong, you need to cover. So go that. So that is why that home I live is my office, which is my job site. Okay, I can't leave. I need to have a place.
Yeah.
I can sleep. My daughter can sleep, and I can work. Full-time work. That's why I can feed my whole family, right?
Sure.
So I haven't been to anywhere. Very busy. The whole year is very busy. Actually, since few years ago, I become very busy because we got talk over a lot of things, and just like you have a very long schedules, everything. Everybody, my teammate is amazing. They know my situation. So if I have something goes, situations I'm gonna go to court hearing, they will always try to arrange the whole thing. So we just, everyone will just step in and say, hey, you know what? I just put down all things of my life. I cover you. You go take care of the things.
Sure.
What's happening this week is beyond everyone's imagination right now. So,
Oh, for the greater good.
I was surrounded by 3 police vehicles right after I dropped off my kids. I have 6 guns. Each vehicle has 2 bolts. 6 guns pointed at my head, and just like treating me like a terrorist. Any wrong move, they're gonna shoot me. So, but
Did they say that?
no, just
You could tell.
the term they told you is like it's very commanding. Okay.
Right.
You don't do it, just the turn the voice, okay? It's that just like repeated the command, right? It's just very terrifying. But I didn't have any trouble with the police. I just think what's going on, so I just very compromised. So they don't have anything about me.
Was this the regular police,
It's
South Lake?
It's regular police. Actually, they have some sort of search warrant, sort of anyway. So they actually took my car. They locked me up and they took my car and they actually took my dog. That time they took my dog. Okay, my dog is very gentle, very friendly, so friendly, and he's so.
All right. Well, there's Dan talking about that. He's talking about his dog.
Wow.
I'm going to see if I can find the thing about the furniture outside. Let's see if we can watch this here. John's furniture on the street.
Darren, we can play it tomorrow because this time.
Yeah, we got him coming up here in a minute anyway. The man himself.
Well, if you're gonna live stream it, I'm gonna get off here and go to our channel on YouTube.
Yeah, I am going to live stream it. So, but I'm going to clip our show out. We'll put some music on, and then stay tuned for the Trump thing. Will come on right after. But I'll end it with a tune for me and Tiff. I don't even know if I'm going to make it through this thing. This narcolepsy is grabbing me good today.
Just go to bed.
So I made it. I made it again.
Yep.
Yep. So what are we gonna go with? Let's go. I haven't heard this one in a while. Everybody have a good night. Catch y'all tomorrow. But stay tuned, because I'm gonna run the Trump thing right after this. State of the Union address. Bye, Tiff.
Bye.
We live in a time where we question our freedom. When they ask us what our rights are, they say, yeah, don't need them. What a mistake that is to say. We live in a land we ought to be free. It's not seeming that's how it is shaping to be. The Constitution is supposed to guide us. Our government is taking it away and trying to deprive us. Our kids are taken every day by CPS agents looking for prey. They don't give a damn about the Constitution. We have found the one and only solution. There's a couple of people you should know. Tiff and The Punisher is their show. They want to stop CPS from stealing our kids, fighting beside us and trying to guide us. Tiff has a heart of gold. She blasts these caseworkers when they are wrong. She beats them down with her knowledge, better than the kids who are in college. The Punisher is abolished all the way. He's been here for years, they took his daughter away. He came from the darkness he was in. Now it's time to make parenting great again. Together, they making a commotion, telling all the parents use the Constitution potion. You have rights, did you know? Learn to use them on Tiff and Punisher show. We all admit the times are hard. No little children in the front yard. Tiff and Punisher are fighting so hard. They are waging war, on their side is God. They don't stop if they get in trouble. They are fighting for the children, double trouble. The strength they need, they get from each other. They have each other's back like sister and brother. They are Tiff and The Punisher, saving the families from corruption. They want you to join their movement, no repercussion. You need to learn the thing called the Constitution. Inside that document is our solution. CPS, we have your number. We are coming for you, hear our thunder. Your fate is sealed, have a nice day. You won't break another family. No more trauma for kids, that's like blasphemy. Keep your thoughts to your own ideals. Soon enough you'll be clicking your heels, because you need to go to jail. All of us fathers will be chugging down an ale. The mothers will squeeze their young ones tight, as CPS workers are locked down for the night. They had a choice they didn't make. Now they spend their days in crates and know it's wrong to kidnap. So from all of us, this is your payback. There's a couple of people you should know. Tiff and The Punisher is their show. They want to stop CPS from stealing our kids, fighting beside us and trying to guide us. Tiff has a heart of gold. She blasts these caseworkers when they are wrong. She beats them down with her knowledge, better than the kids who are in college. The Punisher is abolished all the way. He's been here for years, they took his daughter away. He came from the darkness he was in. Now it's time to make parenting great again. Together, they making a commotion, telling all the parents use the Constitution potion. You have rights, did you know? Learn to use them on Tiff and Punisher show. That's all we need to get on with this fight. The document that most people coil barely read and light. Pick the parts that pertain to your case, show them the results and spit in their face. We are Tiff and The Punisher, fighting together, displaying our unity with the birds of a feather. If it's a million, that's great, but one is just the same. We'll bring these kids home and know every name. We will smoke every social worker in court, their heads down with no support. The country knows CPS is doing wrong. If they don't, then play them our song. We are Tiff and The Punisher.
tactics from this administration. 1 year in, now there are some signs of restraint institutionally and some signs of apprehension or mixed reviews from the American public writ large. How does the president convey that he still has that momentum and turn around some of this rough political terrain that Margaret and I'm sure others around this table will indicate tonight?
You know, Bob, with this president, one of the things that's interesting is there could be all the signs in the world, but is he seeing them? Is he taking them in? You spoke to him earlier today. What was his state of mind?
When I was on Capitol Hill this week, Tony, so many House Republicans, Senate Republicans, they're nervous about the midterm elections. But when I called up President Trump, he was anything but. On the economy, he said, I've brought down prices. He made claims about affordability. He said he's taking on those economic issues. On immigration, he said he closed the border. He's done a great job. Immigration, he said he closed the border. He's done a great job. Most interesting thing he said to me was on Iran. He said, quote, we'll find out. He remains coy, as Margaret said, about what he's going to do with the situation that keeps unfolding, in the Middle East. And there is a raging debate inside the Republican Party about what he should do. Should he intervene and have a military strike to try to take out any kind of development of Iran's nuclear program, or should he hold back? And people like Steve Bannon are telling me today his base is holding with him at the moment as he navigates this very difficult terrain.
It is very difficult, and I'm so glad you brought up Iran. It's going to be interesting to listen for whether Iran is a big part of this speech, because we've got what the president likes to refer to as an armada, maybe the biggest military gathering in the Middle East since 2003. We have the Sergeant at Arms there,
Speaker, the
William
President
McFarland.
of the United States.
The president making a timely entrance tonight, an 8-minute trip from the White House. It's nice when people are blocking and clearing traffic for you. But now a lot of traffic in his way, because everybody at this particular moment wants to lean in from the aisle, shake a hand, have a little moment on camera, and share a word with the president on his big night. Major, you've seen a lot of this. The people sometimes line up for hours for this positioning. Is it still, I mean, you can tell something about a president, how it's going, based on how thick they're lined up there along the aisles, can you not?
Yes and no. Clearly, the president loves to have those who are there early adoring him. Most of those are from the MAGA universe on both sides of the aisle. They will take some of the Democratic seats. But it has, over time, become a slightly less valuable picture, a less valuable handshake, because everyone's in on it now. Everyone knows that this is a moment, and moments that are manufactured have lost some of their viability in our memosphere and relentlessly internet devoured and criticized and dissected popular political culture.
Yeah, Bob, you were saying earlier.
These are the House Republicans who love President Trump. What we're all watching is what's going to happen in about a minute. He goes down that hall, that walkway, and he comes across the Supreme Court justices who just ruled on tariffs.
Well, you think about the energy that the president had toward those justices as recently as Friday. Lapdogs, he called them. Fools, he called them. accuse them of being under the thumb, or at least the influence of foreign powers.
Disloyal to the Constitution.
Disloyal to the Constitution. It was a remarkable performance, and yeah, we will be watching closely. Someone else who's watching closely is our Ed O'Keefe. We do not have a camera on him, but he is inside the chamber, and he can tell us what the atmosphere is like. Ed?
Well, Tony, the president's already been confronted with a sign that was held up by Texas Democrat Al Green, who you might catch a glimpse of again if the camera pans right. Something where it says, "Black people aren't apes." That is the sign. Texas Democrat Al Green. Black people aren't apes.
We just saw a handshake.
Here goes as he says hello to the justices. Flew by them, shaking the hand of Brett Kavanaugh, who of course ruled in favor of the president's tariff policy. Said briefly hello to Amy Coney Barrett as he greets members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. There are a handful, but not many, empty seats on the Democratic side of the chamber where they are not applauding his arrival, perhaps no surprise. The president there saying hello to the Joint Chiefs, of course, as they are locked in conversations with him about potential military action in Iran. He shakes the hand of John Fetterman, the Pennsylvania Democratic senator, who, as Bob said earlier, is hoping everyone keeps it clean tonight in the chamber. But we've already seen one example of a congressman.
And the president making some pretty good time up to the days. Go ahead, Margaret.
Center frame there, they want you to see, was that George Washington gavel. It doesn't look like it'll be used, but it is on display as we talk about the president really trying to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our country, a nod back to General George Washington, who played such a role there in founding our country. And he's going to, throughout this evening, we know, try to weave in references to many things throughout the past 250 years, including honoring some of our military veterans.
Weijia Jiang's here with us as well. Weijia, you were looking at some of the excerpts that were released of the speech, and the 1776 theme was a big part of that. Let's listen in for a moment here and see if we can hear what the president's saying. Weijia, as a few more hands to shake, and of course those ceremonial copies of the speech will be handed back to Speaker Johnson and to Vice President Vance. That speech, which you've taken a look at some of those excerpts, what stood out to you?
Well, he is going to talk about American history, Tony, but what stood out was how much he will focus on defending his policies, especially as it relates to the affordability issue. We know that he is going to talk about the things that his administration has done that he believes has made life easier for Americans in terms of paying bills and getting those ends met. And he is incredibly frustrated, Tony, that the American public does not receive that.
Of the United States.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This thing kicked off in a timely fashion. Here now, Donald J. Trump, his first State of the Union address of his second term.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages. And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure. Thank you. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before, and our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil. American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today, and 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in. Go ahead. Thank you. That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House. They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given, and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday. So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class, and he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety. People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6,250 million to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. When I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school and I made computers and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling. And pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops. So I congratulate him on that. But I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful, country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New Scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word they just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary, thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while, we're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov, and I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she logged onto the TrumpRx website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500. A reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of 2 from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes. And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Raysel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. We'll get it done. And if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah. Delilah Coleman was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up. Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. No more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. The reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated, and their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy, I'm telling you. They're crazy. Amazing. Gentlemen. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man. So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind. We love religion, and we love bringing it back. And it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zarutska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina, fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail, stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget. There were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal set free to kill in America came in through open borders. Mrs. Zaretsky, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina. How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. They don't like to hear that. One of the sick people, one of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evelyn. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like her. So sorry. Thank you very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melanie? She turned out to be right. Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India. Would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People don't like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the ninth war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protests, 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons, yet they continue starting it all over. We wiped it out and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 4. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute, for $1 more we can have $1,776. It's going to. I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. $1 more, I said $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also... We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very good. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby is becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro, really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter. To deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine guns stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife Amy, Eric, and Amy, come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House. And Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor. Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside, but that great betrayal is over and they will never be forgotten again, because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
10:59 p.m. here on the East Coast. The first State of the Union address of Donald J. Trump's second term is in the books. You saw on the wide shot there. Members rushing for the exits. If they hurry, they can maybe make it in front of the cameras and the iPhones in time for their local news and to get the reaction in. It was an extraordinary speech, the longest to a joint session in history, the longest State of the Union in history. In some ways, vintage Trump, combative, populist, historic for other reasons as well. The first part of the speech, all about the economy, an issue we know a lot of Americans want to hear about. He touts it, but he does so against a wall of negative opinion that we see in our polls. And then really all the energy of the speech, the heart of the speech, on culture issues through the middle. Immigration, gender, voter ID, and a line that wasn't in the script, but he ad-libbed. The first duty of elected officials is to protect Americans, not illegal aliens. He seemed at times to be goading Democrats into reacting, and at times they took that bait. On that note, let's go to Ed O'Keefe, who had a view from inside the chamber as we see the president shaking hands on his way out. Ed?
Tony, 1 hour, 47 minutes, 44 seconds from the president. Felt like a bit of a variety show at times as people came out of various doors here in the chamber to greet the audience, but it got ugly a few times in this deeply divided country. Perhaps no surprise there were visible displays of that divide here in the hall, most especially when the president discussed his ongoing push to remove undocumented immigrants and his new war on fraud, pronouncements that sparked fury among especially liberal Democrats here in the room. When he mentioned ongoing removal operations, for example, California Congresswoman Norma Torres held up a double-sided placard with the photos of Renee Good and Alex Preddy with the words premeditated murder underneath their face and names. They, of course, were killed by federal immigration agents during the Metro Surge operation in Minneapolis. Later, when they talked about fraud and accused, quote, Somali pirates of the fraud, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of Minnesota shouted, "That's a lie. You're a liar." When he continued, when Rashida Tlaib of Michigan shouted, "You're killing Americans. You've killed Americans," the president stared them down as Republicans applauded. A reminder that he's bitterly divided with Democrats on that issue of immigration as he shakes hands here with a handful of the Republicans who stayed behind. The Democrats, Tony, cleared out as fast as they could.
I was wondering who that was. We have Major here at the table. I want to bring the conversation back here to our group watching along. Major, you've seen a lot of these, I think, more than any of us. What stood out to you?
Well, look, before the speech, many Republicans said one of the priorities for the president was to make sure Americans after this speech had a sense that the opposition party was off the rails, was crazy, their terminology, not mine. Many of the contrasts the president articulated tonight were to drive that message forward. That not only do I disagree with the opposition party sitting before me in Congress, but I disagree with them so strongly, and they with me so much, that they can't even applaud basic common sense thing. And that line that you mentioned, that he added to the speech, whether it was ad-libbed or not, the first obligation, American citizens versus illegal aliens, was meant to create a visual moment of perpetual contrast. It oversimplifies the issue dramatically. But if anyone has learned how to master that art, some call it a dark art in American presidential politics, it is Donald Trump, and that was on full display tonight.
Bob, you spoke to the president before this speech. Now you've seen it in action. Was it what you were expecting?
It was entirely who President Trump is, not just now, but going back to his first presidential campaign in 2016. Tonally defiant, blunt force politically on all of these issues, not so much making a speech, but a presentation and a recharacterization of the political reality, trying to put it in his fingerprints ahead of the midterms.
And the joint session is officially over, and that'll do it nearly for us. We're going to fit in a short break. Coming up after the break, the Democratic response from Colonial Williamsburg, Virginia. You are watching CBS News. Stay with us.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power.
I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
something that's undeniable,
with mindfulness, innovative, magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The 18-year-old soccer sensation igniting worldwide buzz.
How good is this kid?
The defenders are just bewitched.
Lamine Yamal.
You ever talk to the soccer ball?
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right. A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered.
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
And is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey! CBS.
CBS.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it. The stalker did it.
There's a killer out there, and we're gonna go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they gonna find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
CBS Morning. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
The only way to get a 360-degree understanding of America is to get out there in America. There really is no swing at all when it comes to the priorities of everyday people. We care about how secure our job is, whether we can plan on retiring with dignity, whether our kids can have a brighter future than we have today. These are the fundamentals of American life, and I think they can be again.
Delivering the Democratic response to President Trump's address is Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger, 46 years old, elected this past November, becoming the Commonwealth's first female governor. Spanberger served 3 terms in the House of Representatives and is a former CIA officer. With me at the table here is Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan. Margaret, what do we expect?
Well, Abigail Spanberger, as a congresswoman and now as governor, has been very much a moderate, campaigning strongly on energy prices, affordability, and in this special election, in this period of time, this off-year election where she came to office, very much a focus here. You see her taking the podium.
Good evening and welcome
Famously
to
difficult
historic
job.
Williamsburg.
Let's listen in.
We are gathered here in the chambers of the House of Burgesses. In 1705, the people of the Virginia colony gathered here to take on the extraordinary task of governing themselves. Before there was a Declaration of Independence, a Constitution, or a Bill of Rights, there were people in this room. The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything the world had ever seen, could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable excesses of poor leadership, band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world. And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly, and let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad? Is the president working for you? As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping health care from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable. And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again, is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse, and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent, working money laundering and narcotics cases. I worked side by side with local and state police to keep our community safe and to uphold and enforce the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our president has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans. And they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far-off detention centers. And they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability. Every minute spent sowing fear is a minute not spent investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals defrauding seniors of their life savings. Our president told us tonight that we are safer because these agents arrest mothers and detain children. Think about that. Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities. After working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer, working undercover to protect the United States and our allies from global threats, terrorism, nuclear weapons, and the aggression of adversarial nations around the globe. But as the president spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran. Here's the truth. Over the last year, through DOJ, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our president has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America being a force for good. So I'll ask again, is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? We all know the answer is no. In his speech tonight, the president did what he always does. He lied, he scapegoated, and he distracted. And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which he is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress? Somebody must be benefiting. He's enriching himself, his family, his friends. The scale of the corruption is unprecedented. There's the cover-up of the Epstein files, the crypto scams, cozying up to foreign princes for airplanes and billionaires for ballrooms, putting his name and face on buildings all over our nation's capital. This is not what our founders envisioned, not by a long shot. So I'll ask again, is the president working for you? We all know the answer is no. But here's the special thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more of their government. We see it in the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country, whose voices are becoming so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks to silence them. We see it in the bravery of Americans in Minnesota standing up for their communities, from peacefully protesting in sub-zero temperatures to carpooling children to school so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother of 3 school-aged daughters, I am inspired by their bravery, but I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November, I won my election by 15 points. And we won 13 new seats in our state legislature. Because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. Because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation. This is happening across the country. New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory. Democrats flipped state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know this story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more and that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you. In his farewell address, George Washington warned us about the possibility of, quote, cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men rising to power. But he also encouraged us, all Americans, to unite in a common cause, to move this nation forward. That is our charge once more, and that is what we are seeing across the country. It is deeply American and patriotic to do so, and it is how we ensure that the state of our union remains strong, not just this year, but for the next 250 years as well, because we, the people, have the power to make change, the power to stand up for what is right, the power to demand more of our nation. May God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless the United States of America.
Abigail Spanberger, the 75th governor of Virginia, delivering the Democratic response tonight. We've been watching it here in studio. White House correspondent Weijia Zhang along with us. It's a difficult job. She's out of prime time. The president made sure of that. How'd she do?
Well, Governor Spanberger won in November, and her victory was a real wake-up call for Republicans and for the Trump administration. And it is remarkable that she is now taking the two issues that President Trump used to win just a short time before her victory, to turn it on its head and appeal now to voters to say, look, he might have won on promising the economy would get better and that his immigration policies would make you as Americans feel safer and more secure. But she's asking a simple question. Has he followed through? And she is arguing that the answer is no.
Bob, you were watching. Oh, Major, yeah.
Tony, real quick. Our polling unit has two symmetrical numbers that I think help us put the whole evening in context. Party affiliation of those planning to watch the State of the Union, 27% independents. Could Trump change your mind about him during the State of the Union? Might change my mind, 27%. Those independents are those whose minds might be changed. That's what the contrast for the Trump was about tonight. That's what the contrast provided by Governor Spanberger is about, trying to find those points of contrast and interest and motivation for those lightly attached nonpartisans who are tuning in and calling themselves independents and who might, according to our poll, change their mind.
Lightly attached nonpartisans, also somewhat of endurance athletes if they're with us from the beginning of 8 o'clock.
Exactly.
8 o'clock coverage straight through. Bob, any closing thoughts?
You see a contrast in the Democrats' message ahead of the midterm elections tonight. Some Democrats were speaking out on the House floor, yelling at President Trump, political war inside the U.S. House. And here you see a centrist governor from Virginia making her case.
And one with a national security background, second year in a row that the Democrats chose a female to represent the party with a national security background, as the president ended his speech talking about some of the most lauded accomplishments in our recent military history.
Yeah, it's an important punctuation point. Thank you for being so kind to an interloper from New York. And thank you to all of our viewers who stuck through us into this late evening. For all of us here at CBS News, that'll do it for our coverage. We'll continue right here on CBS News 24/7, and there will be more on your late local news. And, of course, tomorrow on CBS Mornings. I'm Tony DeCopel. Good night. And we are back. CBS News coverage.
what's going on in the world. You can't do that if you're just sitting in a chair reading about what other people have found. You have to get out there and listen. By telling people about each other, you actually bring this country together. There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers. I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
Sunday morning, we consider The Kiss, plus the Eagles' greatest hits, 50 years and counting. And meet Penny, a winner in anyone's book.
Where are some of America's funniest people getting their start?
Dutch people, not the most giving laughers.
60 Minutes goes to Amsterdam.
Dutch people laugh like this. Ha ha!
We don't want to accept that there's evil that walks amongst us, but it does.
You know how when you meet somebody, you can't put your finger on it, but something's not right?
You never know what anybody is capable of.
I am a serial killer who's only killed once.
Two other Army officers who are also recovering from their injuries from that into Venezuela, a raid that the president wants to use as a model, perhaps, for other military actions in the future.
It was an amazing night, not only because of the length of the speech, but because so much of that length wasn't from the words itself, but from the ceremony around it. We saw, what was it, 2 medals of freedom. We saw, 2 medals of honor, a medal of freedom, a Legion of Merit.
Purple Hearts.
2 Purple Hearts.
And a presidential medal of, well, you mentioned the Medal of Freedom for the hockey player.
The Legion of Merit, did you say that there, for Scott Ruskin, the aviation survival team?
The bottom line is the president loves awards. He loves getting awards. He loves giving awards. And I think, as we talked about earlier, he understands that this is very important visually.
Yeah.
And so the fact that he was able to point out these heroes, I think mattered a lot to him.
And the White House knew that the president was going to go long on this speech. So how do you go long, longest ever, and have that a defensible allocation of time? You root it not in you or less about you and more about Americans who have either served heroically or been subject to crimes or other things that are representative of the points you want to make.
Yeah.
How do you make the speech less about you and more about the American experience? And I think one of the White House priorities tonight, knowing the president was going to go long, was to have a ready defense that, no, this isn't about Trump. This is about the American experience.
Well, we didn't hear that call to Congress for major legislation. There were 3 bills that I heard the president call out. The SAVE Act, he wants to create legislation that would require some ID when you go to vote. We should note that
I can do a fact check for you.
You can
on
do
that.
a very quick fact check on it, but if you are not a citizen, you cannot vote. But there's concern about the implication of that. He also called for 2 other bills there, but there was no call like the one your guest, Mike Lawler, made at the top of this program, the Republican from New York, when he said, let's reach across the aisle, let's legislate around immigration. It was actually immigration that became the wedge issue in the speech that drove that yelling match that happened with Congresswoman Omar.
The other advantage of such a long speech, so many moments with awards, also ideas for legislation, is it feeds the algorithm, right? All these moments can get cut up. Everyone who's very interested in it tomorrow and for the days ahead will get that served up on their phones, ready-made. Let's broaden out our conversation once again and go to congressional correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns. Caitlin, while we've been watching the overall speech, I know you were focused in on the Republican side of things, I believe, looking at their reactions. What did you see? What did you hear?
Hey, Tony, it's great to be with you. Just to pick up on what Margaret said, I agree. I mean, there weren't many opportunities that he asked Congress to weigh in here, and that's been kind of the defining moment of this presidency and this Congress. The president has said multiple times throughout this first year of his first term that he doesn't believe he needs Congress to do a lot of these things. Yes, they passed the one big beautiful bill, those tax cuts. Republicans are going to be campaigning on that over the midterm elections. But by and large, he has had a go-it-alone strategy, and Republicans have essentially allowed that to happen. They have ceded a lot of their power when it comes to kind of basic things that they were supposed to do, like trade, like war powers, and some other items there. So what you saw tonight is reflective of what we've seen over the past year, which is a Republican-led conference very supportive of the president. But I would add, there's a reason that he can't get much legislation through this year, even if he wanted to, and that's because the Republican majority in the House is so slim. I mean, right now they are facing this issue where you have a Republican congressman in Texas embroiled in scandal over an alleged affair, and the speaker is not calling for his resignation, saying voters will decide that in the primary next week, but also he really can't afford to lose votes right now. That's how slim the majority is in the House. So as they're gearing up for the midterms, they're going to campaign on that act that they passed last year, but by and large, it's going to be difficult to get anything through this Congress, and the president has made clear that he doesn't really need them.
Doesn't feel he does. That's right. Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you very much. Let's go now to congressional correspondent Nicole Killian with reaction from both sides of the aisle. Nicole?
Yeah, well, overall, it obviously depends who you talk to. Many Republicans, of course, praising the president's speech tonight. I just spoke with Byron Donalds, a Republican from Florida, who said he thought this was the president's best speech yet. But obviously, many Democrats feel differently. And, of course, we saw many Democrats during the course of this speech protest in different ways, whether that was Congressman Al Green, who held up a sign and banner at the outset and was escorted out. He told me that was something intentional that he decided to do. Then you, of course, have those exchanges with Congresswoman Tlaib and Omar shouting back and forth with the president about killing American citizens, calling the president a liar, him telling them they should be ashamed for not standing. So there were some very divisive moments there as well. And some Democrats who were in the room tell me that, look, that tension that you saw on screen was very real. And really for Democrats, they see this as a contrast in what the president was presenting around the issues of affordability, for instance, and what they say many Americans are feeling at home, that they are not feeling that many people out there are still struggling. So this kind of disconnect, I'm told by one lawmaker, was one example where Democrats really feel differently, that the president is telling a different story than what many Americans are actually feeling. That being said, when you take it back to many Republicans, of course, they feel that the president hit this out of the park and that it was really important for him to address issues like affordability, especially at the outset of this address, because we know that that is a point, an issue that will be well litigated in this midterm election year, as we know these pocketbook issues are always top of mind for voters, Tony.
Yeah, they really are, Nicole. Thank you very much. And on that note, on the economy and the pocketbook issues, I want to go to Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady, who's also been watching this with us. The economy, a big part of particularly the first third of the president's remarks. What stood out to you?
Two things, Tony. The first was when the president was talking about tariffs, touting all of the revenue that was coming in. And it was a line that made me go, wait, hold on a second. He said that we could even get to the point where the tariff revenue would replace income tax. And so I'm sort of thinking to myself, okay, well, how would that work? It is a bit of a pipe dream, but I ran the numbers, and you would need to bring in over $2 trillion in tariff revenue every year to actually make that happen. Now, if you think about how tariffs have played out this time around, we haven't seen the runaway inflation that a lot of economists expected. Now, sure, some small businesses are hurting. Some people are seeing, prices go up, but it hasn't been that big runaway piece that people were predicting. But if you were to go so far as to have enough tariff revenue to replace your income tax, you would have to have a world where businesses, U.S. businesses who are paying those import taxes, pass that on to consumers. So in point of fact, you and I would still be paying that money. So that was one thing that stood out to me. The other thing, just to put a button on what Nicole was saying, is this idea of affordability. And I heard a lot of things from the president about the economy that were long-term fixes, but not enough focus on immediate fixes. And so when I'm talking about long-term fixes, I'm thinking the Trump accounts, the trillions of dollars of investment by foreign nations, by corporations that the president touted, even the access to government-type retirement accounts. Those are all really exciting things for people listening to it. And, you know, honestly, if I put on my economist hat, I don't want my president only being focused on immediate things, because that's where you see handouts and stimulus checks, which aren't really helpful for the economy in the long term. But if I put on my midterm election voter hat, especially someone in that middle to low income bracket, there wasn't enough focus on what is going to make me feel better in the short term. And I go back to what Governor Spanberger, right at the beginning of her speech, she said one of her first questions is the president focusing on affordability enough? And I think for those listening tonight, they didn't hear enough of the immediate term, Tony.
It's a very interesting point. Kelly O'Grady, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Going back to the table here, when we think about what this speech set out to do, what it had to do, this question of addressing economic pain, would the president sympathize? Would the president come up with solutions? I think the reality is that it's very difficult for a president, even a powerful one, to influence the economy. And so you see that turn in the second half of the speech and then in the final third to other matters, Margaret.
No, you're right. For any president, their powers are limited to a certain extent, how much they can control the economy. But we've been talking about this for years now, even during the last president. It's how people feel, not necessarily just what the data point is or the fact that the stock market is rallying. And for the president, in what he referenced there as the centerpiece of his economic agenda, tariffs, he said both that it had fixed things, but also that he won't ask Congress to make them enshrined in law. So he didn't give you a clear, here's how I'm replacing that linchpin part of my economic agenda.
And by the way, the tariffs have not fixed anything. And I had a conversation with the speaker on this. Manufacturing, which they were designed to revitalize, is in retreat still. There has not been a resurgence. And the selling of American goods overseas, the opening up of markets, which Steve Scalise argued on our morning show this morning was the purpose, that has yet to happen as well. And we've seen it in the data. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to make that point.
No, we talk about this on Face the Nation all the time because those rhetorical things can contradict each other, right? Because then you would also have a conversation, the administration official would tell you that manufacturing is actually going to go the way of artificial intelligence and robots. So which jobs and to whom, right?
Yeah.
And the trade deals, are they still holding? But that's a longer term argument. On what Kelly was talking about with indebtedness, the tariffs were supposed to solve for that, right? To fix all the American spending problems long term. The president didn't make up for that in his speech at all. In fact, we're at an incredible place of spending. Those tax cuts he mentioned will add $4.2 trillion to the national debt through 2034, according to the Congressional Budget Office. So the big picture questions were definitely not answered.
Bob, what are you going to be talking about tomorrow with your sources? What do you think is going to linger from this speech tonight?
After that presidential debate between then candidate Trump, former President Trump, and Vice President Harris in 2024 in Philadelphia, I ran into him behind the scenes and I said, what do you think? A lot of people thought he lost that debate because he was just a barrage of negativity against Vice President Harris. And he said, I won. I overwhelmed her with this kind of constant invective about her record. And that's his political method. That tonight, if you watch this and you sat here for 2 hours and it's presentations of medals and compelling stories about great Americans and their service to the country mixed with very pointed political attacks, there is at some level an incoherence to what he's doing rhetorically. But having covered him for a long time, what I'm going to talk to my sources about is he really able to paint the Democrats with the brush he chose tonight, with this wide swath of kind of casting them as a party of failure, as almost an anti-American party. This is going to be a vicious midterm battle in the months ahead. And President Trump sounded the call tonight to his party, don't back down, lean in to the negative.
Yeah, and that was well thought out ahead of time, because one of the lines that was scripted, which might have appeared ad-libbed at home, was, these people are crazy. These people are crazy, a reference to the Democratic half of the hall.
Let me just talk about the midterms in terms of the president trying to preemptively poison the well on the outcome. He said non-citizen voting is rampant in this country. That is completely false. Don't believe me. Believe the Heritage Foundation, Tony, which created Project 2025 and has created the personnel mill for this Trump West Wing. They have run a 20-year survey of prosecutions of non-citizens voting in this country. 20 years. 85 cases. It is illegal under federal law for a non-citizen to participate. The president made it feel like nobody does voter ID. 36 states have some form of day of voting voter ID. And the Help America Votes Act requires federally, if you register to vote, you have to have a driver's license, a bank statement, a utility bill, or something that matches your address to register to vote. There are protections in our system. Non-citizen voting is not rampant. Again, not me. The Conservative Heritage Foundation has tracked this for 20 years. So that is a preemptive way to try to poison the well. It is false, and I haven't written the book about this, but I have written a book about this. And I take this very seriously because it's at the core of participation and belief in the verifiable results that follow.
And he has said other things as well. Recently, he talked about the need to federalize elections. And when asked to clarify, he said, well, the states do it right now, but perhaps they shouldn't if they don't do it correctly. And ultimately, after many more rounds of questioning about what exactly he meant by nationalizing elections, he started talking about the SAVE Act. But it's not just the mechanism of the election that he is trying to shape already. He is setting low expectations for the midterms. And he has done this now for several months to say, for some reason beyond me, and perhaps it's psychological, I can't explain it, but the incumbent always loses. So he is setting himself up for a loss because he's well aware of his polling numbers. He's well aware of how his message may not be resonating. And that is precisely why he is so fired up, to Robert's point, and why much of this speech was an argument for another 3 years. Because if Republicans lose control of Congress, the president's entire legislative agenda is null.
Yeah, well, it was a Super Bowl-like evening for people who follow politics very closely. They may want to go to ChatGPT and ask them to write an email to their boss, because you'll be coming in late if you made it all the way to 11:41 now. I do thank all of our viewers and all of you here for guiding us through this. I appreciate it. Weija, Major, Bob, and Margaret, Nicole, and Caitlin Huey-Burns as well, and Kelly O'Grady. It's been a wonderful time this evening. A lot of ground was covered, and that completes our coverage here on CBS News on President Trump's State of the Union. There will be more tomorrow, of course, on CBS Mornings, and right after this break, CBS News 24/7 will air the Free Press State of the Union show. I'm Tony DeCopel. Good night.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness. Innovative.
Magical. It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The 18-year-old soccer sensation igniting worldwide buzz.
How good is this kid? The defenders are just bewitched.
Lamine Yamal.
You ever talk to the soccer ball?
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered.
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
And is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone, saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Chilling with the queen. Her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it. The stalker did it.
There's a killer out there, and we're going to go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
Let's bring in someone who can help us make sense of this speech, one of the great experts in foreign policy of our time. We have Elliot Abrams, Senior Fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations, former Deputy National Security Advisor under George W. Bush. This just keeps on going. And former Special Representative for Iran, we keep on going, and Venezuela in the Trump administration. Elliot, you're a busy man. Thank you for coming here.
My pleasure. Not usually busy at 11 o'clock at night.
So I'm curious, the president did address Iran. He gave us a litany. He gave us the rap sheet of the various obscene crimes that Iran has perpetrated against Americans, against our allies and friends. I didn't necessarily get, or at least I didn't feel as though I got tremendous clarity regarding the demand and what's coming next. But I wonder, what did you read from his remarks on Iran? I mean, this is, everyone's eyes are on this right now. There's no one who knows more about Iran and U.S.-Iran relations than you. So talk to us about it.
My thought listening to him was that we are going to do a strike. Why else go through that whole litany of what they've done if you just plan to, in essence, walk away and turn all the boats around? He did get it wrong in a way. I mean, the only foreign policy thing that took even a few minutes was Iran. We get to Venezuela in a second, but what he said was they didn't say the secret words that they aren't going to build a nuclear weapon. That's not the issue. According to them, it's a lie, it's false, but according to them, there's a fatwa that prevents them from building a nuclear weapon. They don't want nuclear weapons. They never wanted nuclear weapons.
How dare you even suggest that they would do such a thing?
Right. Exactly. So those are not the secret words. There are no secret words. In fact, their words are useless and worthless. What you want is for them to stop. So it was odd to me that, I don't know what kind of fact checking, if any, they do on the State of the Union speech, but that was an odd way of putting it, since they have said those secret words and lied about them or through them for years and years. But I thought, going through that litany of how terrible this regime is, how many Americans have been killed, it seemed to me to be building toward a justification for having to hit them again. He said, we told them you can't rebuild. Well, obviously they are rebuilding. So, it's hard to predict with Trump, but it seemed to me that we were moving again.
Elliot, you've been a champion of civil society, of democracy, human rights, labor. This has been a central preoccupation for you. Did President Trump say enough about the slaughter of protesters? Did he say enough about that piece of what's unfolding in Iran right now, and kind of to help Americans understand exactly what we're up against?
He mentioned it. He did say there are maybe 30,000 killed. What he didn't do in the case of either Iran or Venezuela was use the dread word democracy.
Yes.
He did not say we want Iran to be a democracy. He did not say we want the people to be able to rule themselves as we have done for 250 years. I don't think he used the term democracy or liberty or freedom or human rights in this whole 2 hours, which is really it's really striking. He did say it's an old formulation, but it's a good one. I will never allow the world's largest, greatest state sponsor of terrorism to have a nuclear weapon. Again, it seemed to me to be leading toward striking, and it's hard to believe that Witkoff is going to pull a rabbit out of a hat on Thursday when he talks to the Iranians. I did want to say a word about Venezuela.
Please.
Yeah.
What did he talk about? He talked about Iran, NATO, Venezuela.
And nothing about the opposition. Nothing about Machado. Some
nothing,
speculated that she might be
Venezuela,
there.
He said that they have a bright new beginning, and we are, quote, working closely with their new president, Delcy Rodriguez. Now, that is not American policy. Delcy Rodriguez is not president. She cannot possibly be the legitimate president. She follows on from Maduro, who's in our prisons and we viewed as an illegitimate president. So, in a sense, he's just not following his own policy, unless, which I doubt, he now is announcing a policy change, is going to treat her as president. The reason we don't have an ambassador accredited to her is she's not the legitimate president of Venezuela. But you're right, nothing about the opposition, nothing about we want new elections, nothing about Maria Corina Machado. So all of that is really disturbing. The most disturbing part of it was his kind of lauding the regime remnants who are now in power.
Is that a matter of daylight between President Trump and, let's say, the folks who are more assiduously focused on Venezuela, the Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, other folks who do seem to know and care a lot about how to apply leverage, how to kind of work our way towards a transition? Does the president just not care about that? Is he just not engaged?
I think if you asked Rubio to state the policy, he could speak for a few minutes and describe it. I don't think the president can do that. And what he said tonight, and again, don't they have any fact checkers? Is just wrong. It's not U.S. policy. It was interesting to me that he lauded Rubio that way. It was interesting partly because he was standing in front of J.D. Vance, and he did not actually treat Vance that way. He could have. So I just, I think of that both in terms of foreign policy, where they have, Rubio and Vance have different views, and in terms of 2028. If you want good news, though, it's worth saying he did say that the NATO allies are our friends and allies, and he didn't mention Greenland. We should be thankful for that.
Yes.
That does seem to be completely behind us now.
All right. Well, that strikes me as a somewhat low bar when it comes to a president talking about foreign policy. It's like, well, at least he didn't talk about invading Greenland this time. I'm curious what you said about Iran and striking Iran and what you think that's going to look like, because we now seem to have, might not be a matter of U.S. policy, but we do now have a model when it comes to that stems from Venezuela in terms of dealing with Delcy Rodriguez. Axios reported that Marco Rubio is talking to Fidel Castro's grandson. It seems like some sort of similar deal there where we could deal with some sort of different version of the communist regime. But I'm wondering if a strike against Iran, we're not talking about a limited strike like we saw during the 12-day war. We have an armada there. We're looking at something more serious than that. We're looking at perhaps a prolonged air campaign against the Islamic Republic. Is that what you're saying?
No, I actually don't think that he wants to do that. I think he would like to do what he did last time, or what he did in Venezuela, or the killing of Soleimani, which is you announce it when it's over, and then it is over. And I think that if we do that, we will have the Omanis, Qataris, Turks pass messages to Iran saying, this is like last time. This is not a campaign. We're not trying to do regime change. So watch out how you respond to this. And of course, they didn't respond really in the last round, Midnight Hammer. And I think the Great Armada is partly to say to them, don't do it. If you kill Americans, you're done. Don't do it. So I think that's what he would like to have happen. And then you can say, they rebuilt, so I had to destroy what they rebuilt. and now we can go back to negotiations, and I'll send Witkoff again. I don't know that that will work. They may respond more aggressively because two things are different now. One is last June happened, and two, you've had the war with Israel and the uprising. So the regime is feeling weak, and I don't know whether they would fear that if they didn't respond, they will look even weaker. The danger, of course, there is maybe they don't respond against us. They respond against the Gulf Arabs, or they respond against Israel.
Yeah.
And in the case of Israel, if they hit Israel, Israel is going to hit them back, and then it does continue for more days.
But do you see the strikes? So do you see the strikes taking place against the nuclear sites again, or was he hinting at something more like what we did in Venezuela, more of a decapitation of the regime? You think it's more of just a targeting of the nuclear sites again?
I think it's a targeting of nuclear and missile sites.
Yeah.
Again, not with decapitation at the start, but again, if they kill Americans, then all bets are off.
Yeah.
Then I think he will go for the jugular.
It does seem as though, one conversation you hear is about the prospect of a military coup of the IRGC seizing control of the Iranian state. And it sounds as though, it sounds as though we're not especially concerned about who is doing what, or, if that is what unfolds, provided their ability to attack U.S. interests is degraded. Is that a fair characterization of where these guys are coming from?
And provided if there is a new government, the president doesn't care, whether it's democratic or repressive or what it is, as long as they do what we want them to do. If there were a military coup in Iran and the new government said, we don't want nuclear weapons, we're going to have the IAEA come in and disassemble everything, we're going to break with Russia and China, I think the president would say, fine. The problem with this, and the problem with the deal, if we get a deal, is that it constitutes a lifting or brings a lifting of sanctions. If you do that now, you are completely abandoning the people of Iran. I mean, we are now 42 or 3 days from those protests and the murder of tens of thousands of people. We're going to do a deal with the regime and start lifting sanctions. It's really disgraceful. I would say again, I don't think any good deal, any real deal is possible. I don't think the regime will make the real concessions it needs to.
You've been, you've been willing to criticize, but also to praise the president. He has made some bold foreign policy decisions his predecessors would not have on Iran, on a range of other issues. So for you, 2026, what does a successful Trump foreign policy look like? What are the 2 or 3 things you'd want to see him do that you see as broadly consistent with his worldview, with his, kind of his gut?
Well, there's nothing inconsistent about having a better relationship with NATO, and what he said today suggests he's not averse to that. I would like to see him elevate more the defense of the United States as opposed to mercantilist transactions, for example, with China. He seems to be very concerned about his April visit to Xi Jinping and about keeping relations with China on an even keel. We had a pretty good consensus in this country that the great threat to us is China. And he seems to be moving away from that. It's one of the interesting things about his 2-hour speech tonight. He did not say that we're in the middle of the greatest war in Europe since World War II. And when he mentioned Ukraine for about 1 minute, he did not say that the cause of the war was Russian aggression. And he really said, did he say the word China? This is the greatest challenge to the United States in the 21st century. Absent.
It was
totally.
Striking.
Yes.
Striking.
Yeah. I want to go back to what you said earlier about they kill Americans, all bets are off. What does that look like exactly?
I think it looks like a greater attack on their military that is destroying as much of it as we can, first. Second, it may look like some kind of attack on economic targets, for example, their ability to export oil, which is the key thing. And it may look like trying to decapitate the regime. I don't know if we know or if the Israelis know where the supreme leader is hiding, and he is hiding. But they did a pretty good job, the Israelis, in taking out a lot of people at the top of the regime. We could be trying to do that too. That is, if they, let's say, sink an American ship and kill a lot of American sailors, then I think the idea that the president might try to bring down the regime becomes much more real. In that case, nobody is going to blame him for a greater effort.
Say the IRGC did take control of Iran. Is there a universe where the IRGC, an IRGC-run government, again, a government run by an organization that we have designated a terrorist organization, is more moderate, is more conciliatory, is more willing to make a deal with Trump? Do you see that as some sort of plausible outcome here?
Well, I wouldn't dismiss it. That is, it depends on whether you think they are all, deeply religious believers, or whether they would say, look, what we need to do is stay in power, hang together, or literally hang separately.
Keep the racket going.
Yeah.
Keep the racket going. So what do we need for that? We need to get the Americans to lift sanctions. Above all, that's what we need. So let's make this deal. Let them take the nuclear stuff out. We don't need that for internal controls. If Trump will let us do the internal controls, then we can make the rest of these deals. I don't think that's impossible. I think it's immoral. I think it's a complete abandonment of the people of Iran. But I don't think it's completely impossible.
All right. Elliot, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really appreciate your time.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey! CBS
Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount. See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
48 hours reports.
I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Why America's last best place is at risk.
If the public land that you use were sold off, could you run your business?
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it. The stalker did it.
There's a killer out there, and we're gonna go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
Next up, we're joined by Peter Savodnik, senior editor at the Free Press, and Eliana Johnson, editor-in-chief of the Washington Free Beacon, one of the great publications. Guys, what'd you make of that? Peter, yeah, you can start.
Look, it's an election year, so the only thing that really matters insofar as the election is concerned is, does Donald Trump and by extension the Republican Party look better or worse than before the speech? And I think in that regard, he was adequately inoffensive. You know, he was Trump. It was the Trump show, and there was all the ad-libbing stuff and the kind of the New York City demeanor and the kind of gruffness, but also the kind of the surliness and the comedy and all that. I think that people are by now very familiar with. I don't think he alienated, you know, like a large number or even like any sizable number of voters in, you know, the suburbs of Atlanta or Phoenix or Philly or any other place where elections are going to be competitive this year. So in that regard, I think it was probably not damaging to Republicans. I don't know that it was as strong as it could have been or as helpful as it could have been.
Again, we have the low bar issue. It's
very
like
low.
No invasion of Greenland didn't make Republican odds worse. But I'm wondering, Eliana, do you have a more positive take on this? Do you think
I do.
Yeah.
I do. Look, I have criticisms of the speech. I have criticisms of his message on the economy, some criticisms of his message on Iran. But I actually thought that the speech was quite successful by what I think Trump's metrics were. And I liked it. I thought he hit his big issues, which were the economy and immigration. He successfully, I think, refocused the issue of immigration away from the Minneapolis fiasco and back onto criminal illegal immigrants as well as fraud. These guys went into Minneapolis supposedly because of fraud, and it turned into a spiraling story about ICE murdering American citizens. And you could see the president trying to reel that back in and refocus the message tonight. Number two, he addressed Iran and tried to make a case to the American people for what seems like forthcoming military action. I think that was important, at least telling the American people that Iran is responsible for the murder of Americans and that by his light, it's important Iran not get a nuclear weapon. And number three, and I think most important, should probably be number one, he bookended the speech with things that left me, and I think all Americans, normal people who are going to take this in clips, feeling positive and good about the country. He started it bringing in the hockey players, and he ended it by giving out these 2 medals of honor. And I think it was symbolic that they were given, one to somebody who was 100 years old and a member of the greatest generation for heroics in the Korean War, and 2, the second one, the second one was given to the 100-year-old. The first one was given to a member of Gen Z for heroics in this Maduro capture. And how can you not feel positive and good about those things? And when he talked about those things, he highlighted things that genuinely are great about this country. And I thought he actually stuck the landing at the end, talking about America at 250 and that this is just the beginning for what is a great country and that the golden age of America is upon us. I mean, who couldn't like that? So he gets high marks from me. If you want to talk about the criticisms, happy to do that. But overall, I give it a thumbs up.
Well, I'm curious, so Peter and Eliana, I'm curious. So Eliana touched on the refocusing, the kind of, resetting the table on immigration, focusing on where he wants to focus, foreign policy. He did endeavor to make the case for military action against Iran. But let's zero in on trade and the cost of living. There's no question that the president has experienced real erosion on those issues. Unemployment remains relatively low. We certainly are not in a recession just yet. Inflation, look, I mean, there's a lot of anxiety that inflation is headed back up, right? There's real concern about this. So, Peter, I wonder, the president was saying the economy is great, right? It's the best it's ever been. It's this, it's that. But do you think that he really was able to craft an effective message on that? What did you take away?
Yeah, I don't think that he countered the this kind of metastasizing feeling that there's a great deal of sort of economic uncertainty. The most interesting thing he said about the economy, which I wish he would have gone into more, I'm not sure that the president fully grasped what he was getting at, was when he talked about the tariffs, and he was really kind of getting at the tariff as becoming the sales tax that's meant to replace the income tax, right? And so it's the shift from equity to efficiency, and that is very interesting. It's in keeping with longstanding conservative policy, and I think there's a good argument to be made for that. And actually, he was kind of not. He was more than nodding at that. He was kind of like scratching the surface of that, and I think he could have gone further there. I mean, one of the interesting themes that courses through the speech is that there are these moments where he kind of flicks at Ronald Reagan. I mean, the peace through strength moment was emblematic of this, but he never really kind of goes all the way. He never harkens back because he's constantly straddling. He wants to be a conservative and a populist at the same time. He wants to be of the Republican tradition and at the same time revolting against it. Will, it's a little bit apropos what you were saying earlier, where everything is great except for what the president has touched. There's this strange kind of bifurcation about everything with Trump. So with regard to the economy, Ryan, I thought that the stuff on the tariffs was the most interesting. The way he handled the Supreme Court having shot down the unilateral tariffs was I mean, again, adequately deft. He didn't sound too bitter. I think there was some wondering whether he would, have a nasty word for Neil Gorsuch. He did not. So I guess in that respect, he rose above slightly expectations. But more substantively, what was interesting was this idea of this shift away from an income tax toward a sales tax, which I do think is fascinating, and I would love to hear more about.
Eliana, I wonder if you have any thoughts. You said that you might have approached the economic message differently. So where do you think that he didn't get it quite right?
Yeah, I think some of his numbers were not quite right, although I'm not sure how closely, the average person's going to be tracking that. His number on gas, I'm not sure, gas under $2 a gallon is not really tracking with what I'm seeing. But the larger point is he said this has been a turnaround for the ages and the economy is roaring again. I'm not sure that's consistent with what we are seeing in polls where people are registering disapproval. And it's Republicans who don't identify as MAGA and independents. And President Trump and Republicans need these voters if they're going to succeed in the midterms. And what I think he needed to do, the missing piece of this, is something I'm not sure this president is constitutionally capable of doing, which is to say, we still have a ways to go. We're working on it. We're not all the way there. I understand that people are hurting.
Yes. Yes.
He's not quite capable of delivering a message that says, hey, we're just getting started. We're 20% of the way there, and we've got 80% to go. He can only really say we've achieved 120% of what we set out to accomplish, and it's only been 12 months. So I think that might be, asking too much given who the man is, but that is actually the message that I think voters need to hear, analyzing this from a purely political perspective.
Yeah, I think your original point, though, Eliana, I think was really well taken about how he wove the heroes and the medal giving throughout the speech. Let us celebrate these great Americans, wrapping himself in the flag. I do feel like, he is leaning into a real natural Republican advantage there, which is just the embrace of patriotism, the put out more flags aspect that Democrats, particularly on the left, can be a little bit less comfortable with. But I'm
Well, I would just say we
Yeah.
saw that I'm sure we all saw this New York Times article today from The Athletic that criticized the hockey players for attending the speech. But then when they came in during the speech, like all the Democrats stood up most of them stood up to applaud them. And then basically all of them stood up when the president said, and the women's team will be visiting the White House as well. Because really it's something that basically all normal Americans feel proud of. And I think the president was right to channel that in the speech.
Yeah. And it's something that trips up Democrats, as we saw in that New York Times article. It's insane to not be proud of the American hockey team. That picture
or to
of
criticize
Jack Hughes.
them for embracing their country regardless of who's president.
Yeah, of course. You don't really want hockey players to be political. You don't really want athletes to be political in general, generally speaking. I know not everybody shares that opinion, but I would say that is a majority opinion. I do feel like there were some successes tonight in terms of the patriotic, rousing, good Americans. Let us celebrate these great Americans. Again, I don't love the handing out the medals of honor at a State of the Union speech. I don't like mixing what is essentially a political event with something like that. I think it tarnishes it a little bit.
I realize the more sophisticated take is that, ultimately very few people are watching the 2 hours. It's all about the clips. It's all about the moments. I get that. But man, Peter, Eliana, so you guys both thought that 2 hours was totally
No.
maybe I'm just a cranky middle-aged man who likes to go to bed at 9.
Instagram at the
It's
end.
too long.
Way too long.
Yeah.
Way too long. But didn't you guys feel like, the bookends really channeled his talent for showmanship, but it almost had the feel of, an Oprah's Greatest Things or The Price is Right, where it was like, you get a Medal of Honor and you get a Medal of Honor and you get a Medal of Freedom. And then one guy got an uncle, back from Venezuela. So it did have a little bit of that feel, but that's the president who's
and all the
greatest
babies
showman and communicator, maybe in the history of the United States.
And all the babies get money. He's
Yeah.
throwing
Yeah,
stuff
exactly.
around. Yeah. It's nice to have.
And the IVF mom gets the prescription.
The IVF mom, that was a real moment.
Yeah.
That was something right there. All right, Peter and Eliana, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Have a great
Thanks,
night.
guys.
We really appreciate you staying up late. We apologize for the president going so long.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical. It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The 18-year-old soccer sensation igniting worldwide buzz.
How good is this kid?
The defenders are just bewitched.
Lamine Yamal.
You ever talk to the soccer ball?
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on the takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
and is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Chilling with the queen. Her name is Gail King. CBS.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it. The stalker did it.
There's a killer out there, and we're gonna go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
Now we're joined by Free Press reporter Gabe Kaminsky and Racket News founder Matt Taibbi. Guys, how you doing?
Great. How are you doing?
There you are. All right, now you're showing up. Matt Taibbi, what'd you make of that speech?
So I've seen a lot of unsuccessful, meandering, bad Donald Trump speeches on the campaign trail and elsewhere. I thought comparatively this was a very successful speech. I'm a little bit surprised actually by some of the criticisms by some of your other guests. For Donald Trump, when he's not being crazy, when he's not talking about invading Greenland, and when he's reorienting his message around the thing that got him elected last year, which is to relentlessly hammer the theme that he and his party are America Firsters, and that the other party has difficulty applauding for things like religion or patriotism. That's when he wins, and I think he did a very good job tonight with that. For Donald Trump, I think that was a very successful speech.
So because he was so obsessively focused with making the case about protecting the country from danger, is that the kind of core of it?
Well, look, he won the 2024 election fairly comfortably using these exact themes. And what's hurt him in the time period since has been a series of scandals involving overreach in the First Amendment. He's lost a considerable amount of ground on his core issue of immigration, and he went to great lengths to try to reassert his advantage there. You have to remember that neither party right now is very popular. So these little advantages in certain issues matter quite a lot. And when Trump sticks to the things, to the areas where he does have an advantage, like DEI, immigration, the trans issue, he had a moment there in the speech tonight, he wins. It's a moment where neither party has a lot of popularity, and I think the messaging for this situation was good.
So Matt, before we turn to Gabe, I do want to know, what is your sense of what the left ought to be doing, given that President Trump has been shrewd, refocusing, these are the issues that kind of galvanized his plurality in 24. What do you think that they ought to be doing in order to kind of regain ground?
Well, if you look at the polling with Democrats, you see that the number of people within the party who feel positively about Democrats is lower than it's ever been, according to a poll that started in 2001. And the reason for that is, 4 in 10 of the people in the party feel they're not going aggressively enough against Donald Trump, and 1 in 10 feel that they're not articulating a message clearly enough. I think it's much more the latter is the problem. They're properly focusing on things like affordability when the last year was not great for the economy. The year started off well for Trump, but 2025 was not great. The problem, the area where they have real trouble on the left is letting go of issues that are total losers politically, like the trans issue, and and the immigration issue, frankly, right? Like they've managed to turn it around because Donald Trump is overplaying his hand with the ICE raids, but otherwise, what happened under the Biden administration was extremely unpopular, and so I think they need to let go of the things that are hurting them and focus on the economic issues.
Gabe, I want to ask you, we're looking at a midterm where the vast majority of people think that at the very least, Democrats are going to retake the House of Representatives. I mean, it would be an astounding feat if the Republicans were able to hold on to the House.
And the Senate seems to be within reach.
The Senate is within reach. It's going to be tough. It's going to rely on states. It's going to rely on defeating Susan Collins, who's you earlier accurately described as the Terminator. Wins in Alaska, wins in Texas. These are difficult things. But Gabe, I'm wondering, after tonight's speech, do you expect any kind of bump for Republicans, any jolt of hope or anything like that? Is there any sense after that speech that Republicans are in better standing as they head into the November midterms?
I think that I would say that one thing about the speech, I was expecting Trump to be calling on Congress to pass his tariffs, which expire in 150 days. That did not happen. And I mean, my main thought is, I feel like he did not do that because he recognizes that that's an issue that it's not exactly easy for Republicans, and particularly in the House, to be running on in the elections. I mean, they got struck down by the courts in a lot of these states, affordability being the primary issue, terrorists driving up costs, particularly manufacturing. In Trump world, some of the main reactions I had gotten, one Trump advisor told me they were surprised he stuck to the script as much. I think that script was a former Trump advisor was sort of talking about how they, were very pleased with him being high energy, which they defined as like the best thing possible. I think that he was touting his some of his fiscal accomplishments and then vowing to do more in certain ways, which did work to his benefit. So he announced this AI announcement related to data centers. So telling major companies that they have an obligation to pay for their own power needs. AI is a huge issue in the midterms. He did not talk about AI very much. AI super PACs are spending hundreds of millions of dollars. It's dividing the parties in pretty unique ways.
It could stand to wipe out every entry-level white-collar job in America, essentially.
Yeah, I mean,
and beyond that.
That's the argument of Republicans. And I know I was speaking just as the State of the Union was wrapping up, I was speaking with Kellyanne Conway's polling firm, and they were pointing me to how they do believe that AI data center initiative is actually really crucially important for at least his message as far as moving the economy forward. They think that that's an issue in communities where they're concerned about rising electricity costs, water costs, and they think that. So I think he touched on AI and that worked to his benefit, but he definitely could have.
It's also keeping the economy afloat. Kind of also CapEx. Kind of this is something where if you remove that stool, it could be ugly.
Right. Yeah. I am sort of struck though by the fact that we didn't. These two massive issues, China and AI. He did sidestep essentially, narrowed in on the data centers. But it was amazing what he didn't say, like with Charlie Parker, the notes he didn't play.
Yeah.
That was the interesting stuff there. Was that Charlie Parker? Am I getting that jazz guy right?
I'm afraid my command of jazz is limited.
Yeah, but
I can scat for you though.
Yeah,
all
right.
Can revisit that.
When we hit the real after show, Ryan here is going to scat for everybody. But I do feel, would you guys agree, this is my main takeaway from the speech. In that 2 hours, there was a pretty good 40-minute speech. I'm throwing that to both of you.
I think that what he succeeded at, so this speech was written by Vince Haley, who's Trump's domestic policy council head. And Vince Haley's the architect of Trump's America 250 initiative. It's really like his baby. And I think you could really see that in the speech that Vince wrote. Like, Trump was trying to orchestrate this vision of patriotism. The most unifying moment easily of that speech was the hockey moment. I mean, that was like the only time that both sides stood. Actually, the only other time people all stood up was the stock trading mention where Elizabeth Warren.
You even had Elizabeth Warren on video.
So, yeah, I think he succeeded in that regard. I think that where he did not succeed was the granulars. There's a former Trump advisor who told me this that I'll just read. He said, he touted his accomplishments as he should and rightly blamed Democrats for the economic hole he is digging us out of. But I wish there was more acknowledgement to Americans who are not yet feeling economic relief. I would have liked to hear a message to those pocketbook voters who are still feeling squeezed. It's interesting perspective as someone who, former advisor to Trump, who does think that he could have been more granular on economy.
Right. I mean, there's the affordability issue, but which is another thing that he didn't quite get into. But it seems like the president's powers to lower prices right now extremely limited, and there was a tacit acknowledgement of that in the speech.
I do think that the idea of acknowledging to say that we're making progress, but there's more to be done. Matt, I do want to, while we have you, just ask you a little bit about the politics of AI, the data centers, and what have you. This seems incredibly potent, and I wonder, is your mental model that this is going to look like a kind of horseshoe? There are going to be populists on the right and left, kind of going after the hyperscalers, after these companies, and then there's going to be a kind of establishment that does not. I will say that I'm personally kind of a booster. I'm just a believer that this is going to be important. It's important that we're ahead of the Chinese. It's important that kind of we embrace it. But I'm curious if that's where you see things heading, like an all-out, bipartisan populist revolt against this wave.
Yeah, I mean, he's already dealing with a bipartisan populist revolt on other issues, involving Israel and some other things, which is new. The podcasting world is divided in a way that it wasn't when he won the election. The AI issue is a significant one for his financial backers. You have to remember that was the turning point that led to him essentially getting corporate backers for the 2024 stretch run. Was when the Silicon Valley got briefed by the Biden administration about their plans for AI, and that was when there was a row of defections to Trump that were highly significant to him in terms of his ability to compete that summer. So, I don't know exactly how it's going to play. I think he can offset some of that issue by stressing, if the numbers continue to be good on the job front, for instance. There were 130,000 new jobs in January, which is almost as many as there were all of last year. If anything like that pace continues, it'll be easier for him to massage that issue somehow heading into the midterms.
We'll see how it pays out. Matt Taibbi, Gabe Kaminsky, thank you so much for joining us tonight and staying up late.
I want to know what's going on in the world. You can't do that if you're just sitting in a chair reading about what other people have found. You have to get out there and listen. By telling people about each other, you actually bring this country together. There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers. I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
Sunday morning, we consider The Kiss, plus the Eagles' greatest hits, 50 years and counting, and Meet Penny, a winner in anyone's book.
Where are some of America's funniest people getting their start?
Dutch people, not the most giving laughers.
60 Minutes goes to Amsterdam.
Dutch people laugh like this. Ha ha!
I'm, just your average parent trying to do right by my kids. Never thought I'd have to, deal with something like this. It was a regular Tuesday afternoon. The kids' toys were scattered everywhere. Then there was a knock at the door. My heart sank when I saw who it was.
Hello, I'm from Child Protective Services. We've received a report and need to inspect your home.
I didn't know what to do. They wanted to come in, look around, talk to my kids. My hands were shaking. I felt like I was doing something wrong even though I knew I wasn't. But then, I remembered something I'd read online about knowing your rights. I took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry, but unless you have a warrant, I can't let you in." The CPS worker looked surprised. They weren't used to parents knowing their rights. It wasn't easy, but I stood my ground. I protected my family's privacy that day. Remember, when CPS knocks, know your rights. It can make all the difference.
Who lies about lying?
Do you know why we're stopping you today?
What makes you so sure that you stabbed your sister while you were sleepwalking?
I never got a chance to see her one last time.
Such injustice. I can't believe they did this to her.
But no matter how hard it gets, never give up.
I'm Natalie Morales with 48 Hours. Did you have anything to do with Joanna Hunter's death?
This is a family that just wants justice.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King. CBS.
CBS.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
The only way to get a 360-degree understanding of America is to get out there in America. There really is no swing at all when it comes to the priorities of everyday people. We care about how secure our job is, whether we can plan on retiring with dignity, whether our kids can have a brighter future than we have today. These are the fundamentals of American life, and I think they can be again.
Quickly, I want to go to Ed O'Keefe, CBS News' senior White House and political correspondent, my old friend, who was in the House chamber for the speech. Ed, it's always a thrill to see you. Ed, did we lose you?
No, I'm
Ed,
here,
you're
bro.
back.
Brother
All
Will,
right.
how are you?
Ed, I'm doing amazing. How are you? How is the House floor? What was that like in that room? Do you feel the electricity?
You sure could. Flanked here by the legs of Barry Goldwater and Daniel Webster, Will. I can tell you that it played out in the chamber as you might have expected. Obviously, lots of unity at different points. The president really should consider hitting the road with the hockey players. That was definitely a highlight. They should open for him at every stop he makes between now and November because it'll help. If you've been in the House chamber and if you've seen above the C-SPAN cameras, you know that there are all these doors to the different areas where guests can sit. And the president literally used the room like a variety show set. Behind door 1 were the hockey players. Behind door 2 was the Venezuelan political prisoner. Behind door 3 was the helicopter pilot who came out to get the Medal of Honor. And then the 2 elderly 100-year-old military veterans who got theirs as well. So, those were the emotional highs. Obviously, it got real ugly during the conversations about immigration, the so-called war on fraud that he is now having the vice president lead. He goaded the most liberal of Democrats in the room, and they took the bait, Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib especially, at various points as he talked about removals and about fraud, saying you're a liar. Ilhan Omar said in response to him calling on so-called Somali pirates for all the alleged fraud in Minnesota. And then when he talked about the removals, they shouted, "But you killed Americans, you shot Americans," as the Republicans tried to drown them out with applause. So that perhaps emblematic of the kind of divisions we've seen, obviously, but he doubled down on his defense of the deportation policy and the idea that those that are here illegally and those certainly that have committed crimes need to go. And what you can't appreciate as you watch it because of the two-dimensional nature of the coverage, but what you can see from the side is that he speaks from the lectern. He says what he says in front of the mic, and then he backs up like he's just lobbed a verbal grenade across the chamber floor and wants to see the blast radius not hit him. It's just this incredible thing that he does in this setting that you don't necessarily see him do at campaign rallies, but it's totally designed to infuriate the Democrats, get the folks at home jazzed up and motivated if you're someone who supports him, and then obviously infuriate those that don't. And, you know, we'll see how it resonates with the American public as the days progress.
Were you able to talk to any lawmakers? Did you just talk to anybody who just Ryan and I were both joking about Fidel Castro due to the speech's length. Is there anyone? Did John Thune just look like, oh God, I could have been home an hour ago? What is this?
I think we need to once again credit members of the Supreme Court for how stone-faced they sit throughout this entire speech, as they do every year.
Yeah.
And as they did, especially when he called them out for what he called that very unfortunate ruling on tariffs. There had been some suggestion through the White House earlier in the day that he might have gotten a little more personal or piqued about that with them there in the room. But obviously with them sitting right there in the front row, that didn't happen. And they, again, just stayed stone-faced throughout the entire speech. Perhaps only Justice Kavanaugh smiling every so often, but, that seems like a natural human reaction, especially if you're on that side of the court. So beyond them, I will tell you that the first lawmaker I ran into on my way out was Chris Coons of Delaware, of course, the senator who succeeded Joe Biden there in the upper chamber. And I said, "What you think?" And he made an interesting observation. He said, here on the 4th anniversary of war in Ukraine beginning, he said, less about the war in Ukraine and more about a Ukrainian-American woman who was killed on a bus in Charlotte. And he said nothing, Coons observed, about Vladimir Putin specifically, but just the ongoing human toll of the conflict. And he just sort of shook his head in disbelief and said, and yet that is the president we have. So a notable observation from at least one Democrat I spoke to on my way over here. Others quite upset with what he had to say, again, about immigration, about alleged fraud, and about health care. This push that the president was making there, one they don't agree with, and believe ultimately they can help win back control of the House with come November.
Forgive me, Ed. I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit, zooming out from the speech itself, to the mood among Republican lawmakers. If I were a Republican lawmaker right now, I might, particularly from a swing state or from a swing district, I might be feeling rather vulnerable. And it did seem as though in the last few weeks, there was this sense that the president was a little less bulletproof, that if you were an elected Republican, you might offer some criticism on this or that issue. What is your read about the extent to which some Republicans are thinking about how to distance themselves, carve out their own political identity, find some way to maybe get out of the blast radius, given that the president's approval ratings have seen better days?
There are two moments that kind of stick out. First of all, I'm going to be really curious to see what the public reaction in polling and in just sort of how it gets talked about in the zeitgeist in the coming days is to that doubling down and that vociferous partisan designed to tick off the Democrats' approach he took regarding his immigration policy. Is that just a base motivator, or does that do anything to remind independents who voted for him why they did? I thought it was interesting that he very explicitly reminded America and the world and Congress, I don't need Congress to pass a law on tariffs because I can do it myself, which legally he can. But politically, to your point, I have a feeling there were a handful of House Republicans there going, thank goodness I don't have to take an up or down vote on that, but I can put some rhetorical space between me and him should this continue to poll poorly, as it certainly does right now. I think it was about 63% in the most recent CBS News poll are opposed to the tariffs that he's put in place. And another 6 in 10 or so believe he has spent way too much time on that issue at the expense of focusing on inflation and other economic concerns. So, I think you'll see, and I'll admit I ran here because I was so desperate to talk to you guys that I haven't had a chance myself to speak with any Republicans. But I think you're right that is one place where you're going to continue to see them put some space, especially if his numbers don't move much in the coming days, as you would think traditionally would go out and start selling this a little bit. I've been wondering, and we'll have to spend some time reporting this out in the coming weeks, if they're going to have a challenge finding members and finding places in the country that he can go to where he can draw a big enough crowd to make his point. He's going to make a stop later this week, for example, in Texas, but beyond, and that's ahead of the primary, and that's designed to focus on the economy. But where else is he going to go as the primaries begin, and as there may or may not be Republicans who want to be seen with him? It'll be curious to watch.
Yeah, that's an interesting question because they have been talking about, the White House has been talking about essentially treating this as a presidential election year, barnstorming the country. Of course, there's going to be a lot of Republicans who are not going to welcome that. I'm wondering how much the president, in his heart of hearts, yes, he is a lame duck. He is, this is his last term, whatever he says to the contrary. How much he cares, given how this presidency has been built around executive orders in so many ways, how much he cares about Republicans retaining control of Congress in November.
There have been suggestions that he doesn't care as much because he's still there, right? And he'll still have 2 years.
Yeah.
But I think he knows, and he's going to likely bring it up at times on the trail, that were you to hand over control, you're going to potentially lead to a real acrimonious time in this town and in this country, with Democrats controlling maybe one, maybe both, but certainly at this point, if it were held today, one chamber, and their ability to subpoena and investigate and whatnot. That would create problems for him, obviously. And he has, what I find most interesting is he says one of the quiet parts out loud, which is that historically, an incumbent president's party doesn't do well in November. Yeah. And he sort of says that in a way that's designed to scare and remind them that if you show up, history will repeat itself, but help me defy history by showing up. And to you guys' point, will there be enough Republicans who want to be seen with him, who want that extra lift from him to get enough voters to show up in, parts of Texas, North Carolina, certainly just north of you guys in the New York suburbs? Will they want that association or not? Time will tell, but right now I don't think many of them would.
As a matter of raw political calculation, I think almost if I'm J.D. Vance, if I'm Vice President Vance, I'm running for president, I kind of want somebody to run against, and I kind of would like the idea of running against Congress. There seems to be sort of like mixed incentives here. Yes, they'll launch investigations. Yes, they could go for another impeachment push, though I'm not sure if they're going to want to do that again. Raihan, final thoughts.
Well, look, I think Eliana made a pretty compelling point.
She did.
That, just really focusing in on the threat of criminal aliens, really saying that this is what the immigration enforcement agenda is about, after it felt as though the administration had lost the plot. And the fact that, yes, it was a long speech, but really hammering in that struck me as plausible. And maybe that's something that unifies Republicans in Congress and beyond. That didn't seem crazy. But I've got to say, it just, I know Trump is Trump, but the speech felt more diffuse and loose and a lot longer than it might have been. It didn't feel as crisp and sharp. So while I think that, Eliana was right, that, on immigration refocusing was the right thing to do, more broadly, I guess we'll see if this was a lost opportunity or not. Because I do think that, Republicans need something to rally around. And, we'll see if President Trump gave that to them with the State of the Union address.
Ed, before we leave you, you got to commute home through what I understand is now the safest city in America. But final thoughts, your final takeaway on this speech with regards to the midterms, with regards to the speech, really anything that you want to say to just kind of like wrap this up, put a bow on it.
I think one thing to remember with this White House specifically is watch the social media feed in the coming 24 to 36 hours and how they cut up those feel-good moments, especially for wider digital consumption. And then see if he does that as well with the way he taunted Democrats, especially on the issue of immigration and to some extent on this war on fraud, as the White House is now calling it. This White House, more than any other before it, and understandably, I mean, look at what we're doing right here. This is digital, obviously, understands that increasingly that's where the voters are. And so they'll be less concerned with what the front page looks like, less concerned with who shows up on network morning shows, and more concerned about how is this being consumed, analyzed, and processed by voters in the social space in the coming days? And what does that do to help or hurt House Republicans, as you mentioned? And also, again, normally a president would be out on the road starting tomorrow, aggressively pushing this agenda and buoying fellow Republicans. That isn't in the cards for most of this week. Why or why not? Is that because of him? Is that because the Republicans don't want to spend the time with him? Is that because of the focus on things like figuring out Iran and other things? Either way, that's a potential missed opportunity if he isn't out there amplifying that in the coming days. And we see no plans necessary for like the cabinet to be out there doing that either. Again, maybe this is a new strategy that they're trying. We'll just have to wait and see. And again, I'll be curious. If you were an independent who voted for him in part because of border security, and you've seen how things have played out, and then you see that strong defense of that policy tonight, does that make you like him more? Does that make you stand with him? Or does that make you still think, yeah, but all those other things that have happened, especially in Minnesota, give me pause and make me think I got to look at somebody else? We'll see. Long time to go between now and November. But guys, we lived through the record longest State of the Union address. We'll have to tell the grandkids one day all about it.
Ed O'Keefe, one of the most astute political reporters in America, thank you so much for joining us today.
I want to know what's going on in the world. You can't do that if you're just sitting in a chair, reading about what other people have found. You have to get out there and listen. By telling people about each other, you actually bring this country together. There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers. I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
Sunday morning, we consider The Kiss, plus the Eagles' greatest hits, 50 years and counting, and meet Penny, a winner in anyone's book.
Where are some of America's funniest people getting their start?
Dutch people, not the most giving laughers.
60 Minutes goes to Amsterdam.
Dutch people laugh like this. Ha ha!
We don't want to accept that there's evil that walks amongst us, but it does.
You know how when you meet somebody, you can't put your finger on it, but something's not right?
You never know what anybody is capable of.
I am a serial killer who's only killed once.
Did you think when this goes public, this town's gonna be shocked?
Absolutely.
When you're dealing with a 30-year-old cold case, it seems like there's not a lot of hope.
We knew there was a monster out there and we were going to find him and get him.
Look at him just coming around the corner like that.
We started tracking the area.
When did this accident scene become a crime scene?
Police! You called him a lying liar who lies about lying.
Do you know why we're stopping you today?
What makes you so sure that you stabbed your sister while you were sleepwalking?
I never got a chance to see her one last time.
Such injustice. I can't believe they did this to her.
But no matter how hard it gets, never give up.
I'm Natalie Morales with 48 Hours. Did you have anything to do with Joanna Hunter's death?
This is a family that just wants justice.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King. Hey! CBS.
CBS Mornings.
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 CBS Mornings on CBS and where else?
Paramount Plus.
See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
The only way to get a 360-degree understanding of America is to get out there in America. There really is no swing at all when it comes to the priorities of everyday people. We care about how secure our job is, whether we can plan on retiring with dignity, whether our kids can have a brighter future than we have today. These are the fundamentals of American life, and I think they can be again.
Raihan, you want to see us out?
Well. That's it. It's a good solid 3 hours after my bedtime.
Yeah.
That is all we have for you tonight. Will and I are both bereft, just drained, but we do want to thank our wonderful, wonderful guests, David Litt, or as I like to call him, Getting Lit, Sarah Isger, Representative Dean Phillips, the once and forever Minnesota kind of tumbleweed, Brianna Wu, May the Mailman, Rui Teixeira, Elliot Abrams, Peter Savadnik, Eliana the Hammer Johnson, Matt Taibbi, Gabe Kaminsky, and Edward, or Edwin, or Edwith O'Keefe. And most of all, my fantastic Will Ron. Will you Ron away with me? Thank you so much for allowing me to share this beautiful stage with you.
You know, at this point, my level of grumpiness, I would suggest you Ron for your life. All right, it's been a long night, folks. Thanks for everyone who tuned in. Thanks for sharing this night with us. You can check out upcoming live streams at thefp.com/livestream. You're going to want to watch them all. Become a subscriber today. Don't miss a thing. CBS viewers who are watching us, come over, check it out. You'll like it. You'll disagree with some of it. You'll agree with some of it. Some of it will irritate you. Some of it will delight you. It's a good website. Go check it out. Raihan Salam, brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant as always. A brilliant patriot. And our producing team here, amazing. The heroes of the evening. Thank you so much. Everyone at home, have a blessed evening. Good night. Get some sleep.
I want to know what's going on in the world. You can't do that if you're just sitting in a chair, reading about what other people have found. You have to get out there and listen. By telling people about each other, you actually bring this country together. There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers. I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
I'm Natalie Morales with 48 Hours. Did you have anything to do with Joanna Hunter's death?
This is a family that just wants justice.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King. CBS. CBS.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
The only way to get a 360-degree understanding of America is to get out there in America. There really is no swing at all when it comes to the priorities of everyday people. We care about how secure our job is, whether we can plan on retiring with dignity, whether our kids can have a brighter future than we have today. These are the fundamentals of American life, and I think they can be again.
You're watching CBS News Roundup. Here are the top stories. In his State of the Union address, President Trump focused on jobs, manufacturing, and the economy, saying America is more successful under his leadership. In a new video, Savannah Guthrie says her mother may not be found alive, but increases the reward to $1 million for information. And Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez refusing to step down amid allegations that he had an affair with a staffer who later died by suicide. Krista Lawson in New York. Thanks for joining us for a roundup of headlines and a look ahead. President Donald Trump used his State of the Union address Tuesday night to argue the nation is better than ever under his administration. Despite sliding approval ratings in polls showing a majority of Americans are worried about the economy, the president insists the nation is winning, saying America is in a golden age. CBS's Erica Brown reports from Capitol Hill.
President of the United States.
President Trump arrived in the House chamber of the Capitol to largely thunderous applause, and he highlighted the country's 250th birthday, defended his record, and laid out his agenda with a focus on the economy.
Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. The price of eggs is down 60%. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot.
But while the president touts his economic policies, a new CBS News poll shows 61% of those surveyed disapprove of his handling of the economy, and only 37% say the economy is in good condition. The president also discussed his nationwide crackdown on crime, pointing to a significant decline in murder rates.
This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years.
And on his policy abroad, the president issued a stern warning to Iran as he weighs potential military action over its nuclear program.
One thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Dozens of Democratic lawmakers boycotted the president's address, with some holding a counter program on the National Mall. Among President Trump's guests was Erica Kirk, the widow of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, and members of the U.S. men's hockey team who won the gold medal during the Winter Olympic Games. Erica Brown, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
The search for Nancy Guthrie has been marked by a lack of progress. Now, the Today Show host Savannah Guthrie is offering a $1 million reward for her mother's return. The 84-year-old disappeared more than 3 weeks ago from her home in Tucson, Arizona. So far, investigators have not named a suspect. Savannah says while she is still hopeful that her mother will be found alive, she knows that may not happen. Here's CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti.
We still believe in a miracle. We still believe that she can come home.
Savannah Guthrie acknowledging for the first time her mother Nancy may never return alive.
She may already be gone. If this is what is to be, then we will accept it.
How did you process that video as you watched it?
Heart-wrenching. It doesn't matter who you are in this world, your celebrity status or just your everyday person. That's your mom.
DNA recovered from Guthrie's home may not yield a usable profile of the suspect, according to several sources, one calling it, quote, low level.
What does low level in that context say to you?
It's very difficult to work with.
The sheriff's department sent the DNA to a private lab in Florida instead of handing it over to the FBI.
Top leadership should have said, how do we do this most efficiently, that we get the results fastest? And if that didn't happen, that was a failure in leadership. That's frustrating.
It's also unclear if this image, released along with the doorbell video, was captured days before or hours leading up to the crime. Savannah Guthrie now offering a family reward up to $1 million for information leading to her mother's recovery.
So that we can either celebrate a glorious, miraculous homecoming or celebrate the beautiful, brave, and courageous and noble life that she has lived.
And investigators say cracking this case may come down to a single tip. The Guthries are asking anyone with information to contact the FBI directly. Jonathan Vigliotti, CBS News, Tucson, Arizona.
Turning now to the other big story in Washington, growing calls for Congressman Tony Gonzalez to resign. Anger from his fellow Republicans erupted following the release of explicit text messages with a congressional aide who died by suicide last year. Here's CBS's congressional correspondent, Nicole Killian.
Congressman Tony Gonzalez was defiant today on Capitol Hill.
Not going to resign. I work every day for the people of Texas.
The Texas Republican has been under intense scrutiny after allegations resurfaced that he had an affair with a former staffer. The staffer, Regina Santos Avalos, died last year by suicide after setting herself on fire. A police report revealing she called 911 at the time, yelling, "Please send help. It burned so bad." Text messages obtained by CBS News reveal in May 2024, Gonzalez asked Santos Avalos for a sexy pic. When she said she didn't like taking photos of herself, he responded, "I'm just such a visual person. Sorry." He also asked her what her favorite position is. Santos Avalos later replied, "This is going too far, boss."
Mr. Speaker, is the situation with Congressman Gonzalez becoming a distraction now?
Speaker Mike Johnson said the matter is under investigation by the Office of Congressional Conduct during an exclusive interview with Tony.
The allegations are, it's detestable what is being alleged.
But the Speaker stopped short of calling for Gonzalez to step down, despite a growing number of House Republicans who have called for his resignation.
I don't know why he's sticking around, particularly with the texts that came out.
Congressman Gonzalez has denied the affair with Santos Avalos, who was married, but her husband tells CBS News this is not something that has been fabricated. Gonzalez is up for re-election and faces a contentious primary challenge next week. Nicole Killian, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Across the northeastern states, millions are digging out from that historic blizzard. The roof over this gas station on Cape Cod collapsed under the heavy snow. Some parts of New England got up to 3 feet. Crews are busy in Philadelphia, still clearing roads and sidewalks while driving restrictions were gradually being lifted on Tuesday. And snow controversy in New York City. Police officers there were pelted by snowballs. The police commissioner and unions say this was a criminal act. Straight ahead on CBS News Roundup, we'll have more on the massive cleanup after that major winter storm, how the nation's airports are scrambling to return to normal.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy.
So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare?
I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun.
Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now?
To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
I'm in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me. I'll take it. Streaming right here on CBS News 20.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
One thing is very clear.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Watching Rocky with Rocky.
Morning, good vibes.
Gail came in singing for me today. CBS Mornings.
Weekdays at 7.
You there?
This is CBS News Roundup. I'm Carissa Lawson in New York. A massive cleanup is underway from the blizzard that slammed the Northeast on Monday and brought air travel to a halt. Airports, power companies, and residents are all trying to dig themselves out of several feet of snow.
Right now, flights are slowly recovering after more than 2,000 flights were canceled on Tuesday. Let's get an update from CBS News senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
At airports across the Northeast, crews worked around the clock clearing feet of snow to get planes moving again. Flight Radar 24's tracking data show how the skies went from virtually empty to back in business by midday.
My flight was supposed to board at 2:35 in the afternoon, but it's been delayed several times. It's now leaving at about 4 o'clock.
We were supposed to be in Nashville at, I think it was like 5 o'clock, and of course that got canceled.
Snowplows were out in force to get drivers safely back on the road, and crews were out clearing tracks to get trains and commuter lines back running. After more than 11,000 flights were canceled since looking towards Wednesday, that number is likely to be measured in the low hundreds, a clear sign of improvement for the airlines. Chris Van Cleve, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Tuesday marked 4 years since Russia invaded Ukraine, starting a war that has left hundreds of thousands dead. Vladimir Putin thought the frozen ground would allow his tanks to quickly take territory in just weeks. But Ukraine has defended itself for 4 years now, far longer than anyone expected. But Putin is trying to turn the weather into a weapon again. Here's CBS News senior foreign correspondent Holly Williams with the long-term impacts of this devastating war.
For 4 years, Ukrainian civilians have been in the firing line, terrorized by Russia's ballistic missiles and drones. Part of Russia's strategy is attacking Ukraine's power grid, turning winter into a weapon.
The Ukrainian government has set up thousands of these heated tents called points of invincibility. And people who don't have heating at home or who have limited electricity can come here, warm up, charge their phones and get a hot drink.
This winter's been especially hot, the temperature regularly dipping below zero. 10-year-old Vanya and his mother Anastasia took us to see their apartment where the heating system's been shut down and the walls of their kitchen recently iced over.
Did you build this yourself?
Yes.
They're heating 2 rooms with electricity, but struggling to pay for it.
Is it possible that Vladimir Putin will break your morale, will break Ukrainians' morale?
No, she told us. We want to live in Ukraine. Like millions of Ukrainian children, Vanya's grown up sheltering from Russian bombs.
Do you try to be brave to help your mother?
Yes, he told us. I try to be cheerful.
I love you, Mom.
After 4 years of grinding war, Russia now controls around 20% of Ukraine's territory. But last week, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said his country's forces recently clawed back over 100 square miles. Holly Williams, CBS News, Lviv.
When CBS News Roundup returns, stuck in Mexico, hundreds of American tourists are still stranded across the border after cartel violence grounded flights. Hear from one couple whose coastal paradise turned into chaos.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Morning. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7. CBS Morning.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on The Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
One thing is very clear.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Watching Rocky with Rocky.
Morning, good vibes.
Gail came in singing for me today. CBS Mornings.
Weekdays at 7.
You there?
The death of the powerful cartel boss known as El Mencho in Mexico has sparked a wave of violence across parts of the country, closing down streets and airports. Most of Mexico is slowly returning to normal, but hundreds of American tourists are still stranded. Reporter Steve Large from CBS Sacramento speaks to one couple stuck in a popular vacation spot that erupted into violence.
I was just informed that the restaurant is running out of food at this point.
Folsom's Mark Levins is now forced to seek refuge during his Mexican retreat as huge columns of black smoke fill the sky around him.
Because nothing is coming in or going out.
Mexican military helicopters are circling overhead in Puerto Vallarta. Levin says he woke up to the sounds of gun blasts from his balcony.
There were explosions not only on the streets, but also in the bay itself. They told us to get away from what we were looking at just in case there was sniper fire, which in fact there was.
The violence comes amidst clashes between the Mexican government and cartels following a raid that killed cartel leader Lucio Cervantes, known as El Mencho.
He's one of the biggest drug capos in the history of drug trafficking around the globe.
Mike Vigil is a former DEA chief of international operations who calls the raid against El Mencho and his Jalisco Generation cartel one of the biggest actions taken in the history of drug trafficking.
It just goes to show you the strength of the cartels in Mexico.
Levins and his family are now waiting and wondering, when will the violence end? And when will the Puerto Vallarta coast be clear for their safe return home?
I've been coming here for pretty close to 35, 40 years. This is the first time that I have ever seen something of this nature.
That was Steve Large reporting. Returning to the search for Today's Show anchor Savannah Guthrie's mother, the use of DNA testing in the ongoing investigation is raising new questions. Catherine Patterson from our CBS station in Tucson, Arizona, speaks with an expert about why the hunt for answers is taking so long.
Everybody wants a story with a beginning, middle, and end. We don't even know where the end of the beginning is of this story yet.
As we enter the 4th week in the search for Nancy Guthrie, the residents are getting restless. We're seeing more volunteers than official law enforcement on the ground. But Sheriff Chris Nano says their work is getting started in the lab and focusing on DNA. Morgan Wright is a former FBI agent who says while technology has gotten better, DNA processing is a long and tedious process.
Once you destroy part of a sample, there's no getting it back. This is a long haul. This goes from something you could do in days to it could take you months to get a clean DNA sample.
We now know some of that DNA found at the home is mixed, making the wait for answers even longer.
Well, mixed DNA means there's a lot of work that has to be done to untangle this.
Mixed DNA typically means a liquid, like saliva.
More commonly, you're going to see blood as being part of the mixed DNA.
But Nanos believes some of the mixed DNA includes the suspect seen here walking up to Nancy Guthrie's home, a possible key piece that would be worth the wait.
That was Catherine Patterson reporting. Coming up next on CBS News Roundup, a new plan to clean up Minnesota's fraud scandal, the 3-phase roadmap to fixing the state's billion-dollar crisis.
I want to know what's going on in the world. I'm Tony. There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers. How are you? I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey! CBS.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
One thing is very clear.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Watching Rocky with Rocky.
Morning, good vibes.
Gail came in singing for me today. CBS Mornings.
Weekdays at 7.
You there?
The man put in charge of getting a handle on Minnesota's billion-dollar social services fraud scandal has released his step-by-step plan for fixing the issue. John Lauritzen from CBS News Minnesota shares the decades-long problems discovered during his investigation.
Everybody needs to be held accountable. Everybody.
Not long after he was appointed by Governor Walz, Tim O'Malley says he began an independent investigation into what's caused widespread fraud in Minnesota. The former judge, attorney, and FBI agent says his findings went back half a century to the 1970s.
Every administration and legislative body was put on notice of the vulnerabilities to the program integrity. Stronger prevention measures should have been taken.
O'Malley says fraud prevention plans were repeatedly put in place but not executed effectively, allowing criminals to steal taxpayer money intended for vulnerable Minnesotans. He believes a culture of compassion over compliance is partly to blame.
I can't imagine that people in leadership over the last 50 years were not aware of this. The fact that this goes back so long is distressing.
But as distressing as it is, O'Malley says it can be fixed. On Monday, he released 56 pages of what he calls a roadmap to program integrity and fraud prevention. He says it's basically a plan with 3 phases. Number 1 is creating suggestions to prevent fraud. And number 2 is finding an independent watchdog to identify crime.
Somebody has to call balls and strikes and not feel any concern about offending somebody or causing problems for anybody.
O'Malley says the 3rd phase requires an inspector general or someone to continually oversee the entire plan.
We can deter the criminals and still provide those services. That is achievable.
O'Malley's roadmap is something Governor Walz hopes lawmakers will use this session as they address fraud.
It helps us once again create a roadmap of where we're going. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited the things we can do.
In St. Paul, John Lauritzen, WCCO News.
Straight ahead on CBS News Roundup, celebrating our nation's service members. How the National Guard honored a veteran's service on his 103rd birthday.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS. CBS Mornings.
CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings. CBS.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else?
Paramount Plus.
See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare. I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
One thing is very clear.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Watching Rocky with Rocky.
Morning, good vibes.
Gail came in singing for me today. CBS Mornings.
Weekdays at 7.
You there? You're watching CBS News Roundup. Here are the top stories. In his State of the Union address, President Trump focused on jobs, manufacturing, and the economy, saying America is more successful under his leadership. In a new video, Savannah Guthrie says her mother may not be found alive, but increases the reward to $1 million for information. And Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez refusing to step down amid allegations that he had an affair with a staffer who later died by suicide. Carissa Lawson in New York. Thanks for joining us for a roundup of headlines and a look ahead. President Donald Trump used his State of the Union address Tuesday night to argue the nation is better than ever under his administration. Despite sliding approval ratings in polls showing a majority of Americans are worried about the economy, the president insists the nation is winning, saying America is in a golden age. CBS's Erica Brown reports from Capitol Hill.
President of the United States.
President Trump arrived in the House chamber of the Capitol to largely thunderous applause, and he highlighted the country's 250th birthday, defended his record, and laid out his agenda with a focus on the economy.
Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. The price of eggs is down 60%. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot.
But while the president touts his economic policies, a new CBS News poll shows 61% of those surveyed disapprove of his handling of the economy, and only 37% say the economy is in good condition. The president also discussed his nationwide crackdown on crime, pointing to a significant decline in murder rates.
This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years.
And on his policy abroad, the president issued a stern warning to Iran as he weighs potential military action over its nuclear program.
One thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Dozens of Democratic lawmakers boycotted the president's address, with some holding a counter program on the National Mall. Among President Trump's guests was Erica Kirk, the widow of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, and members of the U.S. men's hockey team who won the gold medal during the Winter Olympic Games. Erica Brown, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
The search for Nancy Guthrie has been marked by a lack of progress. Now, the Today Show host Savannah Guthrie is offering a $1 million reward for her mother's return. The 84-year-old disappeared more than 3 weeks ago from her home in Tucson, Arizona. So far, investigators have not named a suspect. Savannah says while she is still hopeful that her mother will be found alive, she knows that may not happen. Here's CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti.
We still believe in a miracle. We still believe that she can come home.
Savannah Guthrie acknowledging for the first time her mother Nancy may never return alive.
She may already be gone. If this is what is to be, then we will accept it.
How did you process that video as you watched it? Heart-wrenching. It doesn't matter who you are in this world, your celebrity status or just your everyday person. That's your mom.
DNA recovered from Guthrie's home may not yield a usable profile of the suspect, according to several sources, one calling it, quote, low level.
What does low level in that context say to you? It's very difficult to work with.
The sheriff's department sent the DNA to a private lab in Florida instead of handing it over to the FBI.
Top leadership should have said, how do we do this most efficiently, that we get the results fastest? And if that didn't happen, that was a failure in leadership. That's frustrating.
It's also unclear if this image, released along with the doorbell video, was captured days before or hours leading up to the crime. Savannah Guthrie now offering a family reward up to $1 million for information leading to her mother's recovery.
So that we can either celebrate a glorious, miraculous homecoming or celebrate the beautiful, brave, and courageous and noble life that she has lived.
And investigators say cracking this case may come down to a single tip. The Guthries are asking anyone with information to contact the FBI directly. Jonathan Vigliotti, CBS News, Tucson, Arizona.
Turning now to the other big story in Washington, growing calls for Congressman Tony Gonzalez to resign. Anger from his fellow Republicans erupted following the release of explicit text messages with a congressional aide who died by suicide last year. Here's CBS's congressional correspondent, Nicole Killian.
Congressman Tony Gonzalez was defiant today on Capitol Hill.
Not going to resign. I work every day for the people of Texas.
The Texas Republican has been under intense scrutiny after allegations resurfaced that he had an affair with a former staffer. The staffer, Regina Santos Avalos, died last year by suicide after setting herself on fire. A police report revealing she called 911 at the time, yelling, "Please send help. It burned so bad." Text messages obtained by CBS News reveal in May 2024, Gonzalez asked Santos Avalos for a sexy pic. When she said she didn't like taking photos of herself, he responded, "I'm just such a visual person. Sorry." He also asked her what her favorite position is. Santos Avalos later replied, "This is going too far, boss."
Mr. Speaker, is the situation with Congressman Gonzalez becoming a distraction now?
Speaker Mike Johnson said the matter is under investigation by the Office of Congressional Conduct during an exclusive interview with Tony.
The allegations are, it's detestable what is being alleged.
But the Speaker stopped short of calling for Gonzalez to step down, despite a growing number of House Republicans who have called for his resignation.
I don't know why he's sticking around, particularly with the texts that came out.
Congressman Gonzalez has denied the affair with Santos Avalos, who was married, but her husband tells CBS News this is not something that has been fabricated. Gonzalez is up for re-election and faces a contentious primary challenge next week. Nicole Killian, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Across the northeastern states, millions are digging out from that historic blizzard. The roof over this gas station on Cape Cod collapsed under the heavy snow. Some parts of New England got up to 3 feet. Crews are busy in Philadelphia, still clearing roads and sidewalks while driving restrictions were gradually being lifted on Tuesday. And snow controversy in New York City. Police officers there were pelted by snowballs. The police commissioner and unions say this was a criminal act. When CBS News Roundup continues, we're taking the temperature of people who voted for President Donald Trump. We asked for their views 1 year into the president's second term.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey!
CBS.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else?
Paramount Plus.
See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who was a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you? Oh, come on. Join me on the takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
One thing is very clear.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Watching Rocky with Rocky.
Morning, good vibes.
Gail came in singing for me today. CBS Mornings.
Weekdays at 7.
You there? CBS News Roundup. I'm Carissa Lawson in New York. Now to a look at President Trump's supporters. We wanted to know how they rate his performance after 1 year of his second term. To get answers ahead of Tuesday's State of the Union, Caitlin Huey-Burns went to a North Carolina county where President Trump won 62% of the vote in 2024.
Over burgers and beers here at Whiskey Mill in Gastonia, North Carolina, Trump supporters told us they feel better off than before, but see room for improvement.
If you could give a grade, what would you give?
I'd say 70.
Do you feel like you have been getting what you voted for?
Not really, but, you know, as many problems there are in this country, it takes a long time.
On immigration, Diane Hunt said what happened in Minnesota went too far.
I'd like to see them stick with what they originally said they were going to do and just go after the ones that were illegal and had records.
Across the bar, Jerry Smith said he also has concerns.
I like closing of the borders, but I don't like ICE doing things that they shouldn't do. I don't like seeing an innocent person get treated bad, you know. I don't like to see somebody that's here illegally getting treated bad. Just send them back. Don't abuse them or shoot them or split them up from the kids.
To work off lunch, we laced up at Kate's skating rink and took a lap with Amy McElwain.
I was all for like the administration policy and then like ICE, but then whenever I saw the episode happen in Minnesota, it totally changed my perspective on how they came and killed an innocent woman. People are scared. Innocent people are scared, and they shouldn't be. If they're innocent and they're citizens, it's harassment to me.
Skating nearby, we met Jack Wells, who had a different view.
Anytime you get to the enforcement part of the law, it can get ugly.
If you were to give the president a grade, what would you give him?
I would give him a B+ to A to an A. As far as his policies, I don't have a problem with them. To me, they seem to be working. I mean, we needed a change.
I'm Caitlin Huey-Burns.
A piece of U.S. history was front and center for the president's State of the Union address. This marble gavel that President George Washington commissioned to lay the cornerstone of the U.S. Capitol in 1793 was on the dais next to the Speaker of the House throughout the president's speech. The House Speaker's office and the U.S. Capitol Historical Society coordinated with the Freemason Lodge, which owns the gavel, to display it at the State of the Union.
It's an absolute honor for us to be able to offer this piece of national history at such a historic event, the State of the Union, during the country's 250th anniversary. As Freemasons, we particularly reflect on the fact that this is an inflection point, not just in American, but in world history.
Now, this is the first time that Washington's gavel was in the chamber for the address. How about that? Well, the Jeffrey Epstein files have led to another high-profile arrest in England. Peter Mandelson, the former U.S., was questioned for several hours on Monday. Mandelson has denied any wrongdoing. MTS Tayeb has more.
Less than a year ago, Peter Mandelson was being warmly welcomed by President Trump in the Oval Office as the UK's ambassador to the U.S.
Thank you. My mother would be proud.
Yesterday, he emerged from a very different doorway after he was arrested by British police at his home and later released on bail. Mandelson is suspected of the same alleged offenses as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former Prince Andrew. Both men are being probed for, quote, misconduct in public office after emails show they allegedly passed UK government information to Epstein. Their arrests represent some of the most dramatic consequences yet from the release of more than 3 million pages of Epstein-related records made public last month by the Department of Justice. Mandelson has been a towering figure within the ruling Labour Party. He was tapped by the current Prime Minister Keir Starmer for Britain's most consequential diplomatic posting.
Mr. Speaker.
A move that nearly cost Starmer his job after emails revealed Mandelson maintained contact with Epstein even after the disgraced financier's 2008 conviction for sex offenses involving a minor.
He painted a picture of barely knowing Epstein. I didn't know that was lies at the time.
The DOJ's January document release added further scrutiny, showing Mandelson shared sensitive, potentially market-moving government information with Epstein in 2009 while serving as a senior minister. Now, here in Britain, the Epstein files have already toppled a prince and ended a former ambassador and political heavyweight's career, and could still force a sitting prime minister to step down. It's clear the fallout from the Epstein scandal has shaken the British establishment in ways we have not seen in the U.S., at least not yet. Imtiaz Taib, CBS News, London.
The death of the powerful cartel boss known as El Mencho in Mexico sparked a wave of violence across parts of the closing down streets, airports. Several hundred American tourists are still stranded. Maddie McQueen from CBS News Birmingham, Alabama station speaks with tourists who are now sheltering in place.
Even if the planes are working, yay, but if the roads are closed, we can't get to said planes. And we've even talked about, is there a Carnival ship docking at the port? Get us back to New Orleans, get us to Florida, get us to California, just get us back in America and we'll find our way back to Alabama.
Right. Alexis and Tamaya are 2 of 7 friends who went to Puerto Vallarta on a girls' trip. The friends started their Sunday by heading out to a private island for a day of snorkeling and enjoying the sunshine, but when they got back to port, the atmosphere on the mainland had completely changed.
We were there at 7 o'clock in the morning. There was no guns. It was very like everyone saying hello. What are y'all doing today? What's the plan? When we got back, dead silence. Guns. People were in full military gear. There were the military cars outside. People were posted up. And I said, oh, this is not just a rumor. Someone told us on the boat. It was confirmed by the guns.
The 7 girls walked 30 minutes back to their resort from the port. They passed cars that had been set on fire and saw a helicopter circling the area low to the ground.
It seemed like the smoke was coming from one of those cars that we had to pass by. We are very worried. I will say the streets are very quiet. You could hear a pin drop on the streets. There's no music playing. Everything had completely shut down. So we were definitely had our head on a swivel there.
Clay Ingram with AAA Alabama says many current and future travelers to Mexico have safety concerns, and the best thing to do right now is stay informed.
Stay in touch with your travel agent or your cruise line or your hotel, your airline, all those different travel vendors that are out there that you might be using. It's important to stay in touch with them. You probably also want to stay in touch with any kind of travel advisory from the U.S. government, the embassies down there, put out alerts and information.
When CBS News Roundup continues, another record-shattering blizzard slams the East Coast with even more snow on the way. See the cleanup across New England and New York.
Go to the ends of the earth.
A great adventure together.
Come on in and reach for the stars.
We'll hit the heights.
Bingo.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning. Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
There's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness. Innovative, magical.
It's like being a child.
Original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The 18-year-old soccer sensation igniting worldwide buzz.
How good is this kid?
The defenders are just bewitched.
Lamine Yamal.
You ever talk to the soccer ball?
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's a discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speak, Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join on the takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered.
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
And is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone, saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Chilling with the queen. Her name is Gail King. CBS.
CBS Morning.
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 CBS Mornings on CBS and where else?
Paramount Plus.
See you at 7.
CBS.
CBS mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
A stalker sends menacing messages to a young mother before she's murdered.
They all just kind of said, I can't believe this happened. He did it. The stalker did it. There's a killer out there, and we're going to go after him.
But the investigation reveals a sinister setup.
I think his head is spinning, thinking about what else are they going to find.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount+.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
It could be the greatest turnaround in college football history.
What is the magic here?
The undefeated Big Ten champs, Indiana Hoosiers.
CBS morning.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else?
Paramount Plus.
See you at 7.
CBS mornings.
Hurricane force winds and record snowfall made this week's blizzard one to remember for those in the Northeast. CBS's Jared Hill is in New York City with more.
More than 3 feet of snow is blanketing towns in southeast Massachusetts. And the cleanup from this week's bomb cyclone is expected to take days.
We just got walloped. That was one big snowstorm.
37 inches fell on Providence, Rhode Island, smashing a nearly 50-year-old record by 9 inches.
Did not give it a thought that we would have another blizzard like 78 in my lifetime.
From Maine to D.C., folks are slowly digging out of the biggest blizzard in decades.
The snow is really slushy. It's just on the edge of freezing. It's very heavy to shovel.
Even the plows had trouble. This one caught on a power line. A driver narrowly escaped injury when a branch smashed through the windshield. And another fell into a sinkhole.
Both tires popped, the air brakes are gone, the whole truck's totaled.
At one point, more than 500,000 customers were without power across the Northeast. New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill says more than 90% of the outages in her state have been restored.
As I've been saying, if you've seen one storm, you've seen one storm. This storm was not normal.
Another winter system is headed for the Northeast that could bring several inches of snow or rain to some areas as soon as tomorrow. CBS News.
Electric and gas prices in many cities across the U.S. are outpacing inflation, with recent data showing the average bill was about 7% higher than the year before. CBS's Evan Moon spoke with experts about why costs are rising.
It's an issue heating up nationwide.
People are choosing, okay, should I eat or should I pay for the heat?
Politicians in New York pushed for utility bill relief just days before another Northeast snowstorm.
My constituents are being crushed under soaring energy prices.
Residents agree.
Is rent going up? Is utilities going up? Is electric bills going up?
The average residential electricity price was 7.4% higher in 2025 than the year before, outpacing overall inflation. But energy researcher Ted Curry says it's not one size fits all.
Nobody pays an average bill. There's a tremendous amount of variation in different parts of the country. You had severe storms or wildfires in California. It destroyed utility infrastructure, and that infrastructure has to be replaced. Where we use more natural gas to generate electricity, the price of natural gas has gone up since 2024.
After severe winter weather, prices can continue to climb.
You'll get snowstorms and ice storms that'll bring down power lines, and the cost necessary to replace all of those lines, eventually people see it in their electric bill.
It's important to note that utility companies don't set rates, regulators do. In New York, a Public Service Commission approved a 3-year rate hike on the city's primary provider, Con Edison. Electric bills could rise up to 10% and gas bills up to 16%.
MIT professor of energy economics says this system makes it harder to push for cuts.
Senators, governors, the politicians that are making this visible can put pressure on those commissions, but in the end, it's the utility commission's decision.
She offers some DIY ways to try and lower costs. Close drapes, seal drafty windows, and upgrade to a heat pump if you own your home. Evan Moon, CBS News.
CBS News Roundup. We'll be right back.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount. See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings. CBS Mornings. CBS
Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount. See you at 7.
CBS. CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to take out politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion. discussion, but we do not take ourselves seriously. Mike Johnson, are you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on The Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Money Watch is your no-nonsense guide to taking control of your finances, where I offer practical, real-world advice with no jargon and no judgment. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
One thing is very clear.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Watching Rocky with Rocky.
Morning, good vibes.
Gail came in singing for me today.
CBS Mornings.
Weekdays at 7.
You there?
Finally, this half hour, a musician finds a rare guitar again 5 years after it was stolen just before a gig. Jordan Burrell from our St. Louis, Missouri station shares just how this lucky instrument was returned to the rightful and lucky owner.
I love this guitar, man.
For decades, D.D. James has made a career playing guitar, working with artists like Lenny Kravitz and more, creating his own band, Dirty Mugs. But one instrument meant him than all the rest. It's a rare left-handed guitar, one of only 2 ever made. The only other one James could find belongs to Al McKay, the iconic Earth, Wind & Fire guitarist.
Lenny Kravitz gave me this belt buckle I wear sometimes. That's how they got this mark in it. The guitar been with me for 40 years, and it's been on a lot of records and things that I played on. I did these like Friday Sound, Ice Cube, all these movies. That's all my guitar work.
5 years ago, the guitar rolled away in the back of a stolen car. It's 2021. James says he was unloading his car, taking things to the stage area, ready to perform a gig. Security cameras capture this moment. A man gets in James' Jeep and drives away. Inside the car, that rare guitar and his 9mm handgun.
And they were having a thing what they call a Cardinals Family Day at the Union Station. So it's all these kids and moms and stuff like that. So you would never think nothing crazy nuts would happen.
Police found the gun, and later this man, Drew Clark. After he stole James' car, he stole multiple other cars, breaking into a home, even zip-tying a woman in her bathroom. Clark was later convicted of federal charges and sentenced to more than 28 years in 2023. But the guitar was still missing. For 5 years, James searched.
I'm a left-hand guitar player, so I joined these sites, and I hit this one button that I always hit, and it showed the newest things I've been posting. The first thing popped up was my guitar.
Last Saturday, the guitar showed up nearly 3 hours away. The owner, Lucky Dog Guitars, a custom guitar builder and collector, bought it unaware of its past.
He just happened to be a guy who bought to purchase the guitar from someone here.
And after having it, the reunion was like no other.
We started in the guitar.
A guitar he thought was gone for good, right back where it belongs. For First Alert 4, I'm Jordan Burrell.
And that's today's CBS News Roundup. For some of you, the news continues. For others, tune in later for CBS Mornings. And follow us online anytime. It's cbsnews.com. Reporting from the CBS Broadcast Center in New York, I'm Carissa Lawson. Is your where I offer practical, real-world advice. I'm Jill Schlesinger. Listen to Money Watch wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to The Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. Today's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
On The Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Go to the ends of the earth.
The great
adventure together.
Come on in and reach for the stars.
We'll hit the heights.
Bingo.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Welcome to Survivor 50. Survivor 50 premieres February 25th on CBS.
Don't miss true crime. Anytime you want, anywhere you go with the 48 Hours Crimes. Real justice. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple.
You're watching CBS News Roundup. Here are the top stories. In his State of the Union address, President Trump focused on jobs, manufacturing, and the economy, saying America is more successful under his leadership. In a new video, Savannah Guthrie says her mother may not be found alive, but increases the reward to $2 for information. And Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez refusing to step down amid allegations that he had an affair with a staffer who later died. Hello, I'm Carissa Lawson in New York. Thanks for joining us for a roundup of headlines and a look ahead. President Donald Trump used his State of the Union address Tuesday night to argue the nation's administration. The sliding approval rating and polls showing a majority of Americans about the economy, the president insists the nation is winning, saying America is in a golden age. CBS's Erica Brown reports from Capitol Hill.
President of the United States.
President Trump arrived in the House chamber of the Capitol to largely thunderous applause. And he highlighted the country's 250th birthday, defended his record, and laid out his agenda with a focus on the economy.
Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring is roaring like never before. The price of eggs is down, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot.
But news poll shows 61% of those surveyed disapprove of his handling of the economy, and only 37% discussed his nationwide crackdown on crime, pointing to a significant decline in murder rates.
This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years.
And on his policy abroad, the president issued a stern warning to Iran as he weighs potential military action over its nuclear program.
One thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Dozens of Democratic lawmakers boycotted the president's address, with some holding counter program on the national. Among President Trump's guests was Erica Kirk of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, members of the U.S. men's hockey team who won the gold medal during the Winter Olympic Games. Erica Brown, CBS News.
Nancy Guthrie had been marked by a lack of progress. Now the Savannah Guthrie is offering a $1 million reward for her mother's return. The 84-year-old disappeared more than 3 weeks ago from her home in Tucson, Arizona. So far, investigators have not named a suspect. Savannah says while she is still hopeful that her mother will be found alive, she knows that may not happen. Here's CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti.
We still believe in a miracle. We still believe that she can come home.
Savannah Guthrie acknowledging for the first time her mother, Nancy, may never return alive.
She'd be gone. What is to be? That we will accept it.
That video as you watched it?
Heart-wrenching. Celebrity status or just your everyday person, that's your mom.
DNA recovered from Guthrie's home may not yield a usable profile of the suspect, according to several sources, one calling it, quote, low level.
What does low level in that context say to you? It's very difficult to work with.
The sheriff's department sent the DNA to a private lab in Florida instead of handing it over to the FBI.
Top leadership should have said, how do we do this most efficiently, that we get the results fastest? And if that didn't happen, that was a failure in leadership. That's frustrating.
It's also unclear if this image, released along with the doorbell video, was captured days before or hours leading up to the crime. Savannah Guthrie now offering a family reward up to $1 million for information leading to her mother's recovery.
So that we can either celebrate a glorious, miraculous homecoming or celebrate a beautiful, brave, and courageous and noble life that she has lived.
And investigators say anyone with information to contact the FBI directly. On the big leagues, Tucson, Arizona.
Turning now to the other big story in Washington, growing calls for Congressman Tony Gonzalez to resign. Anger from his fellow Republicans erupted following the release of explicit text messages with a congressional aide who died by suicide last year. Here's CBS's congressional correspondent, Nicole Killian.
Congressman Tony Gonzalez was defiant today on Capitol Hill.
I'm not going to resign. I work every day for the people of Texas.
The Texas Republican has been under intense scrutiny after allegations resurfaced that he had an affair with a former staffer. The staffer, Regina Santos-Avalos, died last year by suicide after setting herself on fire. A police report she called in at the time yelling, "Please send help. It burned so bad." Text messages obtained news reveal in May 2024. Gonzalez asked Santos-Avalos when she said she didn't like photos of her. She responded, "I'm just such a visual person. Sorry." He also asked what her favorite position is. Santos-Avalos later replied, "This is going too far, boss."
Mr. Speaker, is the situation with Congressman Gonzalez becoming a distraction now?
Speaker Mike Johnson said the matter is under investigation by the Office of Congressional Conduct during an exclusive interview with Tony.
The allegations are, it's detestable what is being alleged.
But the Speaker stopped short of calling for Gonzalez to step down, despite a growing number of House Republicans who have called for his resignation.
I don't know why he's sticking around, particularly with the texts that came out.
Congressman Gonzalez has denied Santos-Avalos, who was married, but her husband continues. This is not something that has been fabricated. Gonzalez is up for re-election and faces a contentious primary challenge next week. Nicole Killian, CBS News, Hill.
Across states, millions are digging out from that historic blizzard. The roof over this gas station on Cape Cod collapsed under the heavy snow. Some parts of New England got up to 3 feet. Crews are busy in Philadelphia, still clearing roads and sidewalks while driving restrictions were gradually lifted on Tuesday. And snow controversy in New York City. Police officers there were pelted by snowballs. The police commissioner and unions say this was a criminal act. News Roundup will have more on the massive cleanup after that major winter storm, how the nation's airports are scrambling to return to normal.
Chilling with the queen, her no king.
Hey! CBS. CBS.
CBS Morning.
CBS.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Morning.
CBS CBS Mornings.
CBS Mornings on CBS 7.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug. Yeah, good mug.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation,